Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing? Welcome to 2026. Happy New Year, everybody. We are back with our first Stock Dads TV live stream of the new year, and I'm excited. It's gonna be a great year. I got some good goals heading into this year. I hope you guys do too, because us as a group, we are gonna lock in and have the best year of our lives here. So excited to be back with you all. I hope you all had a great holidays. And without further ado, Sir Aaron, how are you, my friend?
Good morning. Good morning.
How are your holidays?
They were very good. I got to do some dog sitting, which is always cool.
Nice, nice.
And I made it to midnight watching Stranger Things. So, yep.
What did you think? Were you disappointed with the Stranger Things finale or happy with it?
I, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't as bad as the Game of Thrones ending.
Yeah.
But where the writers apparently in Game of Thrones just threw in the towel and just said, have the dragon burn everything up, call it a day. But no, I thought it was all right. I mean, everybody's got their own opinions on what could have been done different. But my only thing was like at the end, where were all the mind flayers' buddies? Where were all the
the Demogorgons and stuff. Yeah, I agree.
He was all by himself.
Yeah, there were a few holes in it. I thought it could have been a little better, but it is what it is. It was entertaining still.
Overall, it's a great show. Obviously, up there as one of my favorites, but we'll see. I don't know. I got to find something else to do now.
Well, sounds good. I'll let you dive into the markets here and quit bugging you, but we'll be back to talk to you here soon. And Aaron, just so you know, you're good to go till 9:15 if you need to. So don't feel like you got to rush. But whenever you're done, I'll be here to help you wrap it up.
All right, sounds good. All right, thanks, Glenn. Morning, everybody. Boca, Lyle, Miss Paz, Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Amanda, good morning. B-Stone, Tommy, Lar, L.A. Hayes, good morning, up early. Omar, RC, good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. All right. Obviously, a lot of geopolitical stuff over the weekend. We'll see how that's going to affect things. Looks like it didn't do too much. I think the markets are kind of numb to all that by now, considering everything that went down in 2025. But yeah, let's get to it. All right, Chris. Good morning, Mr. Wilf. Good morning, Pancakes. Cakes. All right. Okay, so let's get to it, guys. So starting off on news, going into this week, or going into today, we've got ISM at 10, right? ISM at 10. Now, again, we'll have to watch the open and see if there's any wild stuff at the open. There's been some interesting overnight changes, and we'll get into that. But for today, what's right in front of us is 10 a.m. ISM. And then as we go through the week, our big news, Wednesday, 10 a.m., we've got ISM Services PMI, and we've got JOLTS. Remember, this was Yellen's favorite news event, or data print, I should say. So we've got that going into Wednesday. Our normal unemployment claims. Remember, we had that huge beat on unemployment claims last week. And then we've got NFP, which is this non-farm employment change. You'll hear people call it NFP. Used to be called non-farm payroll. That's on Friday. So we do have a pretty decent news week, starting out 2026. So, excuse me. 10 a.m. today, that's all we got. Now, when you go in and you look at where we are going into 2026, what the heck? That's the wrong thing. Hang on. There we go. when you go into 2026 and we're looking at, because 2026 is going to be interesting because obviously Powell's going to be out in May, but we've pushed back now this first rate cut into April. So remember, these have been bouncing around, right? Between March and April. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this because remember, this is what the market is pricing in. Now, our Fed meeting at the end of the month, barring any craziness, we're looking at a pause at the end of the month. But going into the springtime, all right, we'll have to see. But as of right now, we're pricing that into April. All right. So it'll be an excuse me, it will definitely be an interesting spring. Okay. All right, Boca, you said double audio. Can you guys hear me okay? How's the audio, guys? Everybody good? I'm not echoing. That's fine? Okay, thanks, Amanda. All right. Okay, so let's get to it, guys. Let me switch this over here. Nope, wrong one. Sorry. Hang on, here we go. All right. Okay. So starting off 2026, here's where we are. I don't like when it does that. Hang on real quick. There we go. All right, so starting off 2026. All right. This is the VIX, VX. These are the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, okay? These are the futures of VIX, the index. This is the leading indicator, the number one leading indicator for our broad markets, okay? Ever since February 5th, 2018, this leads, all right? So if this is falling, right, that's indice strength, okay? It runs inverse. If this is rising, indice weakness. So here's where we sit. Let me get rid of this. From our last week, Monday, remember, excuse me, we started off holding our halfway backs on the week. Okay, so this is 12/29, so last Monday, our highs. Now, let me get rid of this so it doesn't confuse everybody. There we go. We've already traded from these levels, right? These are shorts. This is a downtrend on the VIX, okay? Which means strength on the indices. All right, now last week and even the week before, we have very low liquidity, right? Very low participation. So things aren't really moving around. Hopefully we get our participation back this week. Now today's a Monday. And all the fun stuff that comes with a Monday, but hopefully we'll start seeing, more participation in our markets. All right, so we've already traded from those resistance anchors up there once, right there, right? Down to our target, bounced off our target, right? Into our next short setup, right there. That's what we squeezed into. Lord Almighty. There we go. That's what we squeezed into last week. Now, inside, see how we haven't hit this target yet? So inside of that, all right, we've got our next measured move right here. And this is kind of going to be our line in the sand. So that is drawn from the 1655s, which if you're looking at the time, it's 10:45 a.m. last Friday Eastern on Friday. Okay, highs to lows, right there. So that's what we're looking at going into the day. All right, for those of you that take screenshots, there you go. All right, just like that. Had the same draw. Nice, Chris. There you go. All right. So that's kind of going to be our line in the sand. So 1630, right here. You don't need to round up, right, because we're on a whole number. So just add a tick, 1635. Okay, 1635s and below, all right, the VIX can continue this downtrend down into these larger targets. Morning, Nico. All right. But if we break these and trade the 40s, you can see that we could squeeze back up into these highs, right? That would be indice weakness. Absolutely, it would be. All right, until the VIX finds resistance. Now, what we have to watch going into this week, okay, is if that does break, if we would break this halfway back in the week that we were using last week, and that's a 65, don't need to round, just add a tick, 70. So if we would break those 70s, right, we've got a much larger pullback to make, okay? And we had these extension shorts, right, get over there, that we were trading, right? So we could have, we would not really know, we could come all the way halfway back, right, on the VIX. So we need to be aware of that. Okay, now there could be a bunch of different resistance anchors below us, but if we break trend, we could make this squeeze all the way halfway back. Morning, Jalen. Excuse me. Again, guys, remember your YouTube names are different than your Discord names. So just keep in mind, some of you guys, Jalen, are you Jay Wavy? I always I try to match them up, but I'm not super good at it. So if I call you a different name, that's why. So if you guys could do me a favor, I was just teasing myself. Everybody go in and change your YouTube name to your Discord name. I'm teasing, of course. That's, all right. I don't know who that one is. The Booyah. But good morning. Good morning. Is that Edward? I don't know. Oh, you did, and they reverted back to you. Oh, okay. All right, very good. Hey. Oh, Green Candle. Okay, Green Candle, what's up? How are you? Kim. All right. Okay. Anyway, what was I doing? We're doing stock stuff. All right. Okay. So anyway, on the VIX, if we do break these 70s, we're, you know, indices are going to make some pullbacks. All right. Indices are going to make some pullbacks. All right. Because look where the VIX is. Right. Look where we are. Okay, this low was put in on December 12th. We're right there. Now, we don't want to try to pick a bottom. We don't have to do that because we know how to do, or we know the price will tell us everything we need to know. So we don't need to try to pick a bottom down here. But if we do break, obviously we can make a much larger pullback. All right, but we'll just trade the trend until the trend fails, right? We don't have to guess. All right, so that's where we're sitting. Let me get rid of this just because it makes it messy. All right, so that's where we're sitting right there. All right, just like that. Okay, so any questions? Morning, Peter. Any questions on where we sit going into the morning? Anybody? Everybody good? Good? All right. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Okay, moving on. Bank. Our financials. Now, this is where things get a little prickly for our indices when we get to the bank and the dollar. Okay, VIX is in a downtrend. Nothing's broken. Everything bullish on the VIX for the indices. Now, our financials have been a massive drag, right? This is the boat anchor scenario or analogy that we use, right? If you see a rally without the financials, don't trust the rally because it can't last, right? It just can't. So this is acting as a big boat anchor. You'll want to see the indices try to rally, but they just can't, right? Because you got this big boat anchor. So we do have a long below us, okay, from November 17th to our highs on December 18th, okay, and that's down here. But if you remember, last week, Bank broke a series of longs, right? So we've got this short pullback right here, okay, that we could squeeze into and roll right back over, all right? And again, that's going to be that big headwind against the indices, right? Easiest way to think about it is if the indices are a big ship, right, and Bank is rallying, that ship has its sails open, the wind's blowing, it's free to rally, right? It's free to go. If Bank is falling, you got that same ship, no sails, and it's got an anchor, right? It's hard for the indices to go up, easier to go down. So it doesn't move tick for tick, right? It just creates the environment that the indices are in, okay? And we'll see where we open up and which direction we get moving, okay? So there's our financials, all right? So it'll be interesting. Tamika, look, we made it. We made it past the dotted line. Do you want me to show you the next one? It's way over here. All right. So we made it. Hopefully, Tamika, you got everything done so you can take a little break now. All right. I don't know if you get a nice little pat on the back after the year's out or not, but I know that's a busy time. Busy time for you. Okay. Anybody else that has year-end reports and has to do year-end, all that stuff? Congratulations, everybody made it. All right. Now, moving on to the ES. Okay, if you look at the larger time frame here, it was brutal. Gotcha. Well, you made it. You made it. Moving on to the larger time frame, let's take a look at where we are going into 2026. I almost said 2025. All right, we're in these extension longs. Okay. Remember, this is from December 17th of 24, right, to our highs in October of 25. So there's our pullback. We still got these big old targets above us, 71.40. Okay. Inside of that, we've got our little worker bee moves here. All right, and the first one was from our lows on November 21st, okay, to our highs on December 15th. There's our pullback. So that gives us another target up here. All right, and inside of that, you can see we're just going up in these little stair steps. Inside of that, we've got our lows from December 17th to our highs on December 26th. That's what we fell into right there. So that gives us another target. Okay, so we've got plenty of targets, and these targets are all activated targets, right? Because we traded the pullback. So this is what we're running into. This pullback coming off of highs into our next support level, right? From the 26th, right? We had it once, twice. This was the third time. Now we hit this target on Friday, okay? And we ripped away from the target. So what do we got? Well, same anchor, new low. See that? That almost hit it to the tick. How close we come? 65, call it 66. 66, about 4 ticks away. Three to 4 ticks, depending on how you're rounding that. All right, and there's our next pullback. Okay? So we do have this long above us, or this short above us, apologies. Okay? Now, remember this. Highs to lows, right? Remember that highs to lows. That is this. Okay, that's that right there. All right, so we'll see if the VIX does, make a little squeeze into this resistance. Remember, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster than the VIX does. Okay, so a few ticks here on the VIX into this resistance could pull the indices back into this support. Okay, now if this support breaks and we get through this long, that would mean that we're squeezing up into here and possibly making a much larger pullback on the VIX. All right, so that's what we're watching going into the morning. Now, those pullbacks coinciding with the gap fill. Okay, so you can see here's our gap fill at 6,900 and a quarter. So 0025. All right. There's the gap fill. So you can see we could make a pullback into this long, fill the gap, right, and lift off. As long as the VIX doesn't break, I mean, depending on where the VIX is at that point, but as long as we don't break these 35s, we're still in this short setup, right? So be interesting to see going in the morning, but looking at those 20 points, okay, in relation to our gap fill here. All right, that's not right. 0975, yeah, 1975. Okay. What? No, that's not right either. Hang on, my little thing's off. This should be, no, that's right. 10 points. Yeah, okay. Yeah, threw me off. Okay, so 1975, 0025 should be 1025, right? Yeah, it should be 1025 and then 2025. My little thing's off. This one's right. That one's wrong. Huh. Oh, no, there it is. I just got to move. Sorry. It's right there, 1025. Okay, never mind. And then 2025. Okay. There we go. Now we're all set. All right. That does have to be Edward. All right, there we go. That was actually looking at the half gap fill from Friday. There we go. There, 1025. We're okay. I was losing it there. All right. So there's our 20 points away. All right, you can see that got defended right here. Boom, 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 boom. All through European Open. All right, we've dipped into it. So at 9:30, if we open within these 20 points, right, we've got about a 70% chance of this gap filling. If we open outside of these 20 points at 9:30, then we've got less than a coin flip, right? We could make a shallow pullback and then lift off. And what would that mean? Well, that would mean that the VIX held this and is heading south into these targets. And we wouldn't want to stand in front of the indices if that happens. Okay? Because that'll be a freight train heading higher. All right? So that is where we are. So we're getting a reaction now at those 20 points. All right. There we go. Getting a reaction here at these 20 points. All right. So we'll see. We'll see going to the open. But as far as setups, we've got our setup into the gap fill. And then if we do fill the gap, we've got our setup down here to lead us higher, right? As long as the VIX is cooperating. Okay. All right. So that is what, and then I know you guys are going to talk about this, but yeah, we do, before you say anything, we've got plenty of unfilled gaps below us. Okay. If we do ever break these, we'll have to be aware of those. Okay. But they kind of lose their luster, right? They lose their magnetism, after we leave them unfilled until we start trending that direction. All right. So there we go. Wow, Tamika choosing violence this morning. Did you see that, Edward? All right. Okay. Hang on for me 1 second, guys. I got to do something here real quick. Switch this over real quick. There it goes. Hang on. There's that. Hang on. Okay. I think I got it. I hit the damn wrong button again. Okay. Okay. So there we go. So any questions on the gap fill? Let me get back here, find you guys. There we go. Any questions on the gap fill? Okay. Everybody good? All right, you see those 20 points, right? See those 20 points right there? That'd be juicy, right? That'd be a juicy day right there. Trade the fill, get the fill, grab the long, squeeze us probably at least back up here. That would be juicy. All right. So we'll see as we get closer to the open here where we're sitting. All right, so moving on. Once you know what's going on in the VIX and the ES, the others kind of fall into line here. Now here's the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ did pierce this long, okay? But we're not going to get too excited about that yet because VIX didn't break the short, right? So remember the VIX leads. All right, but coming off of these highs, just like the ES, this is what we're going to have to watch. Right there. Get up there. All right, right there. Okay. All right, yes it does, Amanda. Yes it does. All right, she said the gap fill looks good at the moment. Yeah, that's a nice entry. We'll see. Okay. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. You can see it's got that short, right? Now we're going to watch this just like we are in the ES. This pullback right there. Okay. So same, right? Now if these start breaking, right, on the ES and the NASDAQ, there we could make a pullback because that means the VIX is squeezing higher. Okay. All right. Oh, it's never boring looking at you guys talking. Oh my. Wow, Tamika is choosing violence. Talking about Ed eating glue this morning. Wow. Starting off 2026 on fire. Love it. Whatever gets you through the day, like eating glue. I think traders have all lost their minds at some point in time because we just look at too much data. All right. So there's the NASDAQ. There's that little pullback. All right, watching the same thing on the ES, right? And let the ES gap fill in the VIX be your guide, right? Because if the VIX or excuse me, ES starts falling into that gap fill, that's going to drag the NASDAQ down, okay, into this long setup as well. And then we'll have to see what happens at that long. Okay. All right, so there's the NASDAQ, same as the ES. Now the YM and the Russell is a little bit different here. Okay. So here's the YM. It's still got this long setup, right? Now I want to show you this. Remember on the YM, okay, that we hit, let me go, I got to go even back further. All right, we hit this massive, right? Here's the tariff tantrum, right? We hit that target from the tariff tantrum, right here. Remember, we're at that target. We have touched it. Okay? So we've got to be aware that if the YM starts breaking these longs, our next support level is way down here at 47,181. Remember, these are little worker bee moves that got us up to that weekly target, which is right there, that we touched almost to the tick. That's so cool. 143. We traded 9 points away. Let's see that just for giggles. What did we trade? 134, 143. So yeah, so 9 points away. So there's that profit target right there. So if these longs start breaking, that's our next support level. All right. And this last long that's holding on here is from December 2nd to our highs, right? Traded there, top of the range, traded it again. But here's that short on the YM. All right. It hasn't broken, right? From our highs on the 25th, okay, to our lows. There's that short setup, same as the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay, you can see the YM hasn't broken it, right? But again, we're going to watch these longs from lows. All right, now, big thing with the YM and the Russells, right, is just watch bank, okay, because they're the most sensitive to bank's movement. So bank opens up and rallies, it'll drag the YM and the Russells through these short setups. But if bank opens up and weakens, we're going to roll right out of those short setups, right? And that's a long way down, even to here. I mean, we're at 48,620. That's 390, 200 and something points now. All right, that's a big move. Okay, so there's the YM. Now, when you're getting to the Russells, all right, here's the long on the Russells. Remember, we have two support levels. The one is the extension long that we've been using for a while. That's from November 23rd, okay, to our highs up here on December 11th. There was our pullback, top of the range. There's our pullback again, defending, right? So again, we have the short from highs. You can see all these indices have this, right? All these indices have this. There's your short from highs right there. It could roll us back over, all right? But watch bank, right? If bank would change trend and go from shorts to longs, the Russells could have a really nice move, okay? So we're just going to watch just like the others, this lows to highs. All right, I'm going to put it to that new high. All right, just keep drawing from that low. If we continue to make new highs, we'll just keep drawing to the new highs. Okay, put it there because it looks wonky. All right, so watch bank. That's how much influence bank is going to have on the YM and the Russells right now. All right. So there we go. So there's the indices. Not a whole lot to do on the Russells right at this very, very moment. But that's what we're looking like on the indices. Let's see what we got cooking here. All right, so VIX holding that short. How are we doing on our gap fill? Just dancing around in here. Yeah, just kind of dancing around at those 20 points. All right. So we'll see again at 9:30. If we open outside of this, outside of these 20 points, we might make a shallow full pullback. Definitely keep an eye on the half gap fill, right? If we start making this pullback, especially if the VIX is still in this short. All right. Okay. Any questions? VIX bank indices before we move forward. VIX bank indices. Anything you might have missed? Want to see again? Good of the cause. Anyone? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, there was a little development on Bitcoin here over the weekend. Not a whole lot, but we've squeezed back into this extension short. All right. Remember, we've got our extension short from October 17th to our lows, right? Extension short right there, never broke. And we've squeezed back into it. Now, what is leading us higher here? There's a couple different levels, right? We had these pullbacks. They've gone to and through a target. So we could look for this extension to break. All right, right there. All right, we could look for that extension to break. That's from the highs on the 28th, highs to highs. See how it defended? If that breaks, then we can start rolling out of this much larger extension again. But you can also watch halfway back on the year, right? Bitcoin has a tendency to do that. So right there. Right there. There's our, see that little gap? There's our halfway back on the year. Right there. So you can watch that as well. All I'm drawing these up for, not necessarily to trade long, but to watch if they break, to look to add to a short position, right? Because if we keep going up in these, right, we can make this much larger pullback. Remember, we haven't made this pullback yet. This halfway back from our beginning of the crypto winter, highs to lows, we haven't even made that pullback. That's how weak it's been, right? We can't even get up in there. This extension is holding us down, okay? So that's where we're sitting on Bitcoin. So it did squeeze all the way back up in here. All right. We'll watch for those breaks. At least me, I'm watching for those breaks, or at least one of them to break, to add to the continually building that short position on the way down. Okay. All right. So there's Bitcoin. All right. Moving on. Now, crude oil. You know, there was all this scuttlebutt about what all the geopolitical stuff is going to do to crude oil. This is why you don't listen to the narratives, guys, is just listen to price, right? Crude oil didn't do anything, okay? So here's where we are. We're still in this short from our highs on October 24th to our lows on December 16th, all right? There's the short right there, right? Now look what we did. Now, we're still Fred Flintstoning around down here. Fred Flintstone getting his car going, because we're at this massive level, right? So you're going to get some chop around here. But we did break, right, this long pullback here. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys, there's like a bazillion sirens going off. Like, chasing a felon or something around here. I don't know. So we did break this long. All right, absolutely we did. All right, and as of right now, this would be the short setup, and that pierced too. So we're going sideways. All right, hopefully, crude oil got us excited there for a second. Because remember all this, crude oil is awesome. Right? I've traded crude oil for years and years, and it's an incredibly awesome instrument when it's behaving, right? And it just went into junk mode for a while. And then we got all technical again, and now we've broken along from lows, broken a short from highs. So it's kind of going back into kind of junk mode here. All right, so no real trend yet, but if we break out of these, that's going to be something, and we can start buying longs. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, you guys are making Diddy and oil jokes. No, I'm not going to participate. You guys knock yourselves out. I'm not jumping in on that. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Jeez. All right. So there we go. All right. Not a whole lot here, but this is just a really good example, not listen to the narrative, right? Narrative doesn't mean anything. What we think should happen means zero. Okay? What is price telling us? Price is telling us right now crude oil is just chopping around again. Nothing exciting. Nothing to see here. All right, now, here's the big deal. Okay? Our precious metals. All right, here's gold. Okay, gold hasn't quite gotten to the level of silver yet on what happened overnight. But gold's long is from October 28th to these highs here on December 26th, right? That's that pullback. We haven't quite broken this short from highs yet, okay? But if we do, right, if we can break these 44, 69, 80s, all right, we'll have pullbacks to buy. There we go. If we break this, that will confirm support, and that will actually confirm targets up at 47.45. All right. There's a target here of a larger move, but you know, we'll see. If we trade support again and break a short, we can look at those larger targets up there. All right. So that's where gold's sitting, almost there. Almost there, right? Now, when you look at silver, silver did break it. Okay. Silver's just, that's a pullback, right? That is a pullback. We had one here. This was back in October. This is the first pullback we've had since October, right? And finally got our pullback right there. And what did it do? It broke the short. Okay. Now, so this is what we're going to have to watch, right? Where was it? Oh, no. Okay. It broke this short setup right there. That's what we were watching, leading us down. See how that was leading us down right there? That broke. Okay. So is that the start to lead us up to those 89.49s? Darn well could be. All right. So we're going to watch these long from lows. Not that. All right. And if we get a reaction at these long from lows, especially since we're getting our participation back in our markets, we might have gotten, that might have been the best we're going to get right there. All right. So we broke this little series that was leading us down, and we'll see here if this is our liftoff point. All right. There's all kinds of support down here. All right. There's all kinds of support down here. All right. For all you trend line traders, that trend line broke. Okay. So exciting times. Now, the only thing that's screwing this up, okay, is dollar strength. We're in dollar strength trades, right? What the heck just happened there? Oh, nice little pop back to highs. So remember, when we have dollar strength, okay, that puts a headwind against the indices and a headwind against the precious metals. Doesn't mean they're going to go down or up. It just kind of creates the environment, kind of like bank does with the indices. All right, so DXY, right, not the dollar, right? This is just, remember, this is just a bunch of different currencies in an index, right? So this doesn't move, this doesn't lead anything. It just moves because the currency's inside of it. All right, but usually it's an easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness. From our highs on December 9th down here to our lows on December 16th, that broke. Okay, and the euro broke its long as well. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here. We had these long from lows that led us through, and they broke that short. So we've got these extensions now. Okay, and they're holding. Get up there. All right. So what we can watch for right here. See, we almost will have to take a look at the euro here. But if these extensions continue to hold on the way up, that's more dollar strength. That means we're in dollar strength trades. All right. If we break these, we've got a larger pullback coming, and that would be dollar weakness. Okay. So let's look at the actual currencies here. So here's the dollar yen. It's just been chopping around, building a big old sneaky snake here on top of this extension. Right. And this extension long is from July 31st to our highs on November 20th. Right. There was our pullback. Targets are up here. This is straight chop. We've broken longs from lows. We've broken shorts from highs. Right. So this is just straight sideways inside of this. All right. This is low participation. So not a whole lot to do here, but if we roll out of this and make this pullback, that's dollar weakness. It's going to put a tailwind for the indices and the precious metals. All right. But if we lift off from here, dollar strength. All right. So now here's the euro. So the euro broke along. Okay. and we're making this next pullback. Now, this could be our first support level on the euro. And that's what we're watching really close here. This up there. All right, that's from our lows on November 5th to our highs on December 23rd. Okay, you can see we're getting down into there now. Okay, so we can watch for a reversal here. All right, watch for a reaction as we get down to these longs, and if they lift off, right, we're going to go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. As of right now, it's dollar strength as we're falling back into that support, potential support level. Okay, we can hopefully see like a dip into lows here or something. All right, to give us some sort of confirmation on this pullback. All right, so dollar strength right now. All right, now British pound. Poor guy, it's a mess over here. All right, still in this long. Okay, absolutely. From our lows on December 17th to our highs on the 23rd. Okay, there's our long pullback, came down, pullback. Right, we touched this again and ripped away from it. Right there, ripped away from it. But we've yet to lift off. Right, so this falling back down into support again would be dollar strength. All right, same as the euro. Now, if these guys finally lift off, we're going to go into dollar weakness, and we should see the precious, especially the precious metals, fly. Okay. All right, so let's see what we got here. So the VIX is holding that short, no doubt about it. All right, indices are the ES is squeezing back up here. Squeezing back. Remember, this is a resistance level. Okay, on the ES, which doesn't mean jack, you know what, if the VIX keeps going down. We'll blow right through this. Okay, but we are coming into that resistance. All right, remember that anchor, we've traded it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. All right, so we'll see as we get up there. All right, we'll see as we get up there. All right, keep an eye on those 20 points going into as we get closer to the open here. All right, so that's what I'm watching today. Obviously, keeping an eye on the gap fill, and then keeping an eye on, I'm keeping an eye on the half gap fill more than anything this morning. All right, and then this euro, watching that, looking to add the Bitcoin if it rolls over. And then we'll see if we get these pullbacks on silver right here. All right, so that's kind of what I'm looking at this morning. All right. Okay. Questions. Keep an eye on bank too. I know I always say questions and then I end up saying something, but watch bank here, right? This whole boat anchor scenario. If bank turns a corner, right? If bank turns a corner and goes from, we saw it with the Russells about 6 weeks ago. We go from shorts to longs on the Russells. God, I'm all over the place. What the heck's going on? There we go. Shorts to longs on the Russells. We're going to see, especially keep an eye on the YM and the Russells. Sorry. Shorts to long on bank. Keep an eye on the YM and the Russells because there could be some real opportunities there. Right? Because they're going to move farther faster. All right, than the ES and the NASDAQ. All right. Look at that coming right up on that. All right, so we'll see. You know what you can watch for here going into the open is this low, right? As we come down, because we're probably not going to trend right away. Watch us just fall apart. But you can keep an eye on this low, and if we bounce from this low back into this resistance, right? If the VIX can't get through this low and squeezes back towards resistance, that could lead us down towards the half. Okay, there's our, we just touched, you see the reaction? We just touched that resistance right there. So we'll see. All right, but there's the touch right there. All right. Okay. Questions, guys. Oh, you're welcome, Amanda. Questions? Anybody? Anybody? Anything you want to see again? Anything you might have missed? Everybody good? Miss Mary Rose, how are you? You're very welcome. Very welcome. Just remember the big three, guys, right? VIX, Bank, and the dollar. So if we get all the big three playing nicely together, right, that's what we want. We'll see now that we're getting our participation back. All right. Thanks, Miss Paz. NWO, thank you. Okay, Tyler, you got us? All right, don't forget 10 a.m. news, guys. Don't let that 10 a.m. news sneak up on you. All right, thanks, everybody, and I'll talk to you guys at noon. Thanks, Tyler.
I got long a few seconds before he tweeted about tariffs. I didn't even time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. Gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got three options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last, but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let him have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Yeah, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. And how you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No, Dad, no!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a 0 DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over 10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code StockDads.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZella's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code StockDads.
What's up, everybody? We're gonna get ready to start live trading here. We have Fuzz and Lady Leverage that will be joining us. I just wanted to quickly talk about the futures and prop firm free boot camp that we have coming up with Zach Austin. Zach had over 200K in confirmed payouts in 2025. So we are doing something for you guys, which is a free boot camp. Zach's going to break everything down on January 12th through the 14th. It's completely free. You can sign up in the YouTube video description to register. And it'll be, like I said, January 12th through 14th, completely free. He's going to break down exactly how he looks at futures and how he utilizes prop firms. So if you guys are interested in that, you can find the link to register in the YouTube bio description. And don't go anywhere. We're going to come right back here in just a second. Market open. We're going to get Fuzz and Karen set up, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Good morning, Fuzz. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
It's a Monday.
It's Monday. Monday after the holidays. How was your holidays?
Monday. It was good. It's good. Busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very busy.
Did you?
I still have to do some cleaning.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that for sure. I gotta get your chart added up here still. So get that taken care of. I think Karen should be joining us here. We'll get her added whenever she hops on, ladies and gentlemen.
Shacker. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. I do need. What is going on? Good morning.
Give me 1 second.
All right, I need to close this position. All right, that'll do. So,
I think this one is very slow to open this morning.
Oh, mine was slow to open up too.
I don't know what's happening.
Mm. Look at Exxon. Good old energy today.
Mm-hmm. That should be a big one today.
That was nice. That was nice. Finally, I've been holding on to that position for a hot minute.
You do like Exxon, I remember that.
I do. Exxon is probably one of my favorite energy plays or energy names, really.
And Chevron, I believe, too. Or is that just a play that you did?
I like Chevron. Yeah, Chevron's not a bad one either.
Okay, all right, now
Chevron.
finally it's up.
Sometimes Phillips.
Phillips.
Yeah, sometimes Phillips. Energy. Looking to break out on that whole situation with Venezuela.
Mm.
Crazy times, huh? Crazy times.
Wow.
Trump, we're going to take over their oil.
Wow, okay, nice push. Let's see if you can hold it.
Let's see, we can.
Wow, we got above the 200 in the 30-minute.
Say will you for now.
We do need a pullback, so.
Yes, we are pretty darn extended. Oh, getting a little bit one here.
Sean, glad to have you back, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Okay.
All right. Now with something like Zom, I would like to see it. I want to at least roll up and out if possible, if I'm given the opportunity. So we'll see how that continues to shape up.
Okay.
Bubbles.
Bubbles. I miss my bubbles. I completely stopped trading for 2 weeks just because I don't think I've taken a 2-week break in 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I completely took the holidays off as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't miss much.
I saw last night.
It was pretty
Uneventful.
back
I
and
saw.
forth. Yeah, very sloppy action. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. That was, yeah. I think I was better off just relaxing. Let's see though. Yes, now are we holding? Was this the pullback? Where's VIX?
Reddit. I don't mind Reddit. I also like A-Lab.
That was one that I was looking at last night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
A-Lab and Reddit both look good to me.
See, coin looks like it's starting to come back. AVAV.
Oh yeah. I have a zone here for coin. Good bounce level. Let's see what the other. All right, NASDAQ is a little less strong compared to the S&Ps. The Dow is potent. The VIX is still at a measly $14.89.
This has support.
NASDAQ trying to hold VWAP.
VWAP.
The very wet average price. May have scared a few people on the live. Don't say it. No work.
I'm gonna try some puts here on SPY. Yeah, stops will be up here. I got the, what did I get? I don't know why this is not executing. I'm looking at the 650. No, I'm not talking about 650s. 686. Don't know why it's not executing. It's like, don't trade it. I'm not in it because I can't even get in at the moment. What's happening? This E-Trade is still giving me problems. It's weird.
Yeah, a little bit of divergence.
I mean-
Dow is still leading. Semiconductors are having a good day. I think SunDisk is having another go at it. Well, it gapped up, but you're fading. You need to
There
get
it is.
over. You need to get over 285.
686. I got in at 83 cents. Let's see how this goes. I will give it only to the top.
It's interesting because Nasdaq's right here at VWAP. S&P is ways from it. So is the Dow.
Okay. NVIDIA below.
We're 10 minutes in.
There's news right at 10 PMI.
Yes, I believe so.
I love a good PMI.
That could change everything. So NVIDIA here, hey, if this breaks this 200 on the 30, which we're almost there, 188, I'll hop in. We'll see how far this goes.
Sound like Moana.
Oh, this is taking a while. Come on, drop. Come on, Vix, give me a bounce.
Why am I? Oh, I'm dumb. I was like, why is this chart weird? It's just because it's on a 15-minute. We hit VWAP and we're right at the point of control here on the NQ. Kind of wrestling with that. With this zone here.
I changed a bunch of...
I didn't have...
Go ahead.
I didn't have my coffee yet, so I'm going to take a little coffee break.
I love the coffee breaks. I was just saying I got some new streaming tools and changed some settings, and I'm just ironing out the wrinkles with that over here. So sorry, I'm a little...
Oh, I love crappy fills.
What did you just get in, Fuzz?
I played on futures, I played this bounce off of VWAP on the NQ.
Okay.
Okay. Back to point of control, and it gave me a crappy fill, so I didn't make as much as I wanted to. That's on me. It was like a quick, like, however long it.
You're already out of it.
Yeah, I'm already in and out. Yeah, like 20 seconds. It wasn't fantastic. So, but you know, S&P's still holding up. Nasdaq holding VWAP there. VIX is still down at 15 levels, down in the dumpster. Dow rocking and rolling, which is wild. Sectors, we got semiconductors, energy's up 2%, and financials are up 1.5%, which there are some good financial names out there. I would like to keep an eye on Burt B, even though it kind of hurt my feelings last week. I got in on Burke right here on this breakout, and then I just got ripped apart on the move back down. So if it sets back up, I wouldn't mind trying again on something like that. But there are better financial names like Goldman. Goldman's breaking out into all-time highs.
Ooh, okay, there goes my stop. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I was like, oh, I wasn't paying attention. I just started thinking.
I'm ranting about individual names right now. Like Goldman looks really good. JP Morgan's also another one. Bank of America, PNC. There's lots of juicy financial names out there that look good. Wells Fargo, probably, yeah. So we might be taking some financial swings later on in the afternoon, for sure.
I dig that idea.
I just gotta pick one. Pick my favorite, which I've had really good fortune with JP Morgan. MS is not too bad either. Bank of America's been good to me.
NQ, the weight index kind of lagging behind a little bit right now, but trying to play some catch up. I guess percentage wise, it's still
doing good.
Yeah.
I need to. I guess this is fine for now.
I'm waiting still to get out because I give it a candle and I do see a little wall here, so just giving it a candle. Yeah, I see that little wall there, so I have to wait now, a candle. What was that? Amazon is starting to move up.
Amazon did me dirty Friday. So dirty.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
Yeah, that I got hit hard. Like I got punched in the face on Amazon Friday.
let me look. Hold on, let me see. Let's see what happened. Oh. Yeah.
It did the
it was exciting.
Breakout, fake out. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
I was like, it's past the level. I got in. No.
Once it breaks that 200, I just say forget it and done.
So, I'll gladly take it again. Maybe be a little bit more patient on my entry though. Friday was not it.
It happens.
It happens.
It happens to the best. Yeah.
It won't be the last time. I know that.
No. It's
one of the things I keep telling us. Well, you know.
You get punched in the face all the time, but it's just
punched in the face all the time.
Like the Rocky line from the movie. It's not about how hard you can punch in the face. It's about how hard you can get punched in the face and keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward. Yeah.
Keep moving forward.
Yeah. Well, then I'm resilient then.
You gotta be, right? I feel like I feel like being resilient is probably the #1 quality a trader needs it to last long enough to make it, you know?
Yeah, and you You can't be insulted. You're just like,
Yeah. Yeah,
the
you can't
market's
take it
after me.
personally for sure. You gotta
Personally, yeah.
detach from it.
It's like, whatever. Okay. So we came back down. Look at that. Look at me from holding my next candle. Now it's a question of, is this going to be the support at the 21 now and bouncy bouncy? Or was that a fake out that people just got?
We'll see if we can come back through on the S&Ps. The NASDAQ's still holding that VWAP.
Yeah, it is holding the VWAP. That's why I'm worried about this little area. See if it's a bouncy or if it doesn't hold. Well, there is support here. 69.35 has to break now. There it goes. Let's see if it breaks. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think I will try S&P put as well.
Oh, boy. Come on, breaky, breaky.
If I can
Go
load
short
it
to
up.
the gap fill would be nice.
It has to because it's too far up.
687 put $1.27.
Not that it has to.
I'll take it.
Ding,
687 put on
ding.
SPY.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, you're still holding your
Bye.
SPY puts as well.
Yeah, I almost got out. I said I was going to get out, but I have to always give it a candle, which it makes me go like, oh. But I'm glad I did. Only because I saw this wall.
Makes you tighten that tighten the bubble a
Yeah.
little bit.
I'm like, whoo, whoo. I'm working my little cheeks out, but it's working. Woo. Yeah, 14% here. I'm going to take a little something off. Let me post that. Oh, I still have the Christmas hat on. I thought I took it off. Okay.
Your profile
I'm
picture,
so-
I know. I just changed mine the
Yeah.
other day.
I thought I did it, though. That's so funny for it. Like, I did it. I'm ready. Guess not. There we go. Christmas. Okay, I'll do it later because I'll get distracted like me.
VWAP here on the S&P is 69.28. See if we can get there.
Okay, we're under the 21, which is great, but we need a little bit more of a push. See if we can get this to the 50 on VIX. Yeah, a little bouncy though.
Bouncy.
A 9.
Yes, holding the opening print here. Nice bounce so far.
Again, I have to give it another candle. Come on down, 69.33. Let me just do this now.
NASDAQ still holding up. Very interesting dynamic today.
I'm hoping to take a little easy on me since I'm a little rusty. But we'll see.
Good. Yeah, give us some
Or is it
nice
just
price
gonna-
action here, huh?
Yeah, just gonna throw me to the lions. Let's see what it does. Amazon has the same setup, so I would look to maybe take a short, but we'll see if we start dropping. I do like this SPY thing, because it's trying to retest above. If I need one more candle, I may add more puts.
Where
Any
could my
day.
baby be? Yeah, let's go. I need to anchor you here
Come
for a
on.
moment.
Give me a little bit more.
Yeah. Right here, POC. I think we're good. Just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Mm-hmm. VIX is not helping.
Just trying to keep an eye on the NASDAQ.
Microsoft. Let's see if Microsoft can get above the 200 or if this is going to do.
This is still soft.
If it's still softy. Yeah. Softy, softy. PayPal's moving.
SPY.
Yeah, PayPal. This could be one. $59.60 would be a first target.
Okay, good.
Oh, hold on one second.
Happy breaking down.
Hello.
Hello, I fluff your pillow.
This is Penn Medicine.
Oh,
We've
hey,
noticed that
open
you
mic,
have not
open
confirmed
mic,
your
open mic.
upcoming appointment.
I got it.
I love when open mics happen in the Discord, at least. I remember there's this one time.
I'm good. No, I'll call him back.
There was this one time someone was getting their butt chewed out, and they had an open mic, and it was the funniest thing.
It's my dog.
It was so bad. Like, we had the debate. We're like, should we mute it or should we eavesdrop? We eavesdropped for a minute, and then we muted it. And we're like, okay, this is
my one time my wife started yelling at me when I was on a podcast like call with somebody. She didn't know. She started yelling at me.
I'm gonna get a little PayPal. I'm gonna see if this works out.
this NASDAQ is not giving us much room to drop.
$58.60. Okay.
The NASDAQ's just kind of holding value right now, so one of these days we need it to drop so the S&P can also mostly on a VIX spike would be nice too. So I'm just listing off all the good things that need to happen.
Let's see. Okay, we're still stuck.
Getting smacked today. Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you.
Yeah, the
So
fact-
of VWAP here.
Yeah, the fact that it's holding it kind of makes me feel like it's going to go up. I'm going to just cut these runners. Just give it one more candle.
I'm gonna hang on for now.
Yeah, one more.
We're
Just
dancing.
see. We're dancing, but okay. Yeah, it's right in the middle. It doesn't, I can't say yes or no.
Maybe. Oh, we must have data. PMI.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so 47.9 compared to 48.3. And the prices is 58.5 compared to 59. So not too, I mean, it's,
Yeah, nothing crazy there. Nothing crazy.
no, and the PayPal's up 16% already. So if you want to take a trim.
I'm still holding.
You're still holding? Okay.
Famous last words. Yeah.
No, 18 now. Look at that.
Come
And
to
20.
daddy. Baby, come back.
Okay. It is coming back. Back to even. All right.
Yeah, hold on me.
There she goes. 20% on PayPal. Yay.
Yay.
Green on spy-ish for a
Yeah,
second.
it's like trying. It's
Oh,
like,
wow.
get
PayPal
scared.
31. Oh my God. PayPal 31. I don't know how that just happened, but wow.
I don't like that. I don't like this reversal.
Wow, what just happened? I look up.
It just reversed.
It just
NASDAQ
reversed.
keeps holding.
Well, I guess one more candle. Ay, ay, ay.
Back and forth. Dow is still Dowing.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that
strong. Bank is
40.
strong. TY hasn't really pulled back either.
Yeah, but now we're on top of the 9. Let me look at Bookmap. I mean, that wall is still there. Let me see what this other thing tells me. So, okay, so there's a wall at 690 for SPY if it wants to. Okay.
Try a small MNQ long.
I mean, that little wick is nice. DMI is kind of turning, and then we VIX. If we break that support on VIX, then yes. Bank is moving up nicely.
All right, I'm going to stop out of these.
Yeah. I'm giving you all the reasons get out. Let me just, I'm going to give it another little candle because this is above it, but I want to see if this one holds. The MI just turned. So let's just see if this, the next little drop will get out if we get it. Have your stops ready on PayPal. Let me. You can do a new stop at here. I mean, 59.92 if you want.
We'll have to wait and see if we can get something else out there.
My long entry is at 619.75. Need NQ over the opening print here.
Yeah, we're above value area high on the NASDAQ right now. So we could push here.
Yeah, now I think it's done. Okay. I will
Toy with the idea
take
of
my little runners.
$6.19 call on the Qs. Slap hands.
Oh, look at the rejection now, right?
Yeah, seeing some resistance at the open here.
Okay, PayPal, what are you up to? I had a feeling that was going to happen with SPY. I had a feel. I was like, one more candle. I'm like, oh, I don't know how many more I can hold. Okay.
Let's see if this NASDAQ can hold.
Yeah, it's 58.92. I meant to say.
Come on, baby, give us the pop higher.
Yeah, I'm looking for a move up to about 25677 on the NASDAQ.
25677, you said?
Yeah, that would be 2 standard deviation.
Okay. The first target's at 87, so another 10 points. We shall see.
Set me free, why don't you play?
2-minute trying to hold here. Back at the opening print.
There we go. Good pop.
Popping highs there. Our current New York high is at 672.50 on the NASDAQ.
It's still not above everything. That's why I don't know if I want to get into it yet. I want it to clearly break. Oh, all right.
I'm up about $200 here.
I like it so far, so good. Progress is progress.
All right, so we have a firm, your A lab, but it's for puts for today. A firm calls.
Shame on them.
I know. AMD calls, ARM calls, ASTS calls, AVGO puts, BE calls, Baidu puts, Coin calls, Corian just one puts, lots of coin, Circle calls, Carvana calls, Duo calls, Duolingo, Hood calls, LRCX calls, Marvell calls, MSTR, NEM, Oracle, Oklo, Oracle. No, Oracle, just Oklo, Palantir calls, Reddit calls also, Rocket Lab puts, Shop calls, Tesla calls. It's a lot to work with. Let's see. I'm going to cut these PayPal because I don't like how this is looking. I still want to get a little something out, so I took it there at 10%. I'm out. The runners. Okay, it's good.
Bank staying really strong. VIX came back to its open. Trying to hold its open right now.
Yeah, NASDAQ's trying to...
You can do it. You can do it.
Keep it together.
Right.
Give us the snap, crackle, pop. No.
Wrong crackle.
Don't.
The other way.
Wrong crackle.
Don't do it.
Need the other one. S&Ps are holding trend. So is the Dow. VIX is still down in the dump.
Oh, the firm is moving up.
Dump it, VIX.
But we're just not. Again, like I in my notes, I point out, like I don't like the VIX being this low.
No, I feel like we're going to get a drop unexpectedly for some kind of weird news.
Yeah,
and then that's what's going to start it. But who knows?
But for now. Just taking note of it. I hate it, but I love it.
I may try some affirm puts. It's a little pricey. What's the volume on this? There's not much volume, open interest. It's kind of booty. Never mind. I don't like it when there's not enough volume in it. All right, next.
I'm the same.
Yeah, because I don't, yeah. It's just awful. It's like you're right, but you can't get out or whatever. I love.
Or
Let's
that bid ask is too wonky.
Mm-hmm. What about A-Love?
Come on.
It's kind of low also.
You can buy me a boat. You can buy me a truck, a bullet. You can buy me, with some silver bullets. We're gonna get doxxed. Not doxxed. We're gonna get
It's pricey also. Damn. If it's not pricey, there's no volume.
demonetized. Just kidding. Do we have monetization on the YouTube?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we would
Okay.
be eligible, but I don't know if we're
Single.
necessarily earning it at the current time.
I gotcha. Well, I guess we got to be careful if I'm singing copyrighted songs.
I think you're okay with that. I think.
Get your butt out there, NASDAQ.
Yep.
She wants it. Come on, baby. We want some more. Give it to us.
Pizza.
Oh,
Go
good
on now.
paper holding.
Come on.
Tesla's moving. Netflix also is kind of.
Just like looking like a 15-minute pullback here from the pre-market uptrend. Give us it.
We're trying. By God, we're trying. By the gods.
I love how people send me random questions. Do you recommend any vitamins? Like what?
Are you? Would you be like a good vitamin plug, Karen? You got that good on the vitamins?
I guess. Yeah. I like Pure. I mean, I don't know. That's just me because I don't like the fillers and stuff like that. But I don't know which one exactly.
In other words.
In other words, I don't know. Do your research.
Testing my patience here, NASDAQ. Let's go.
gonna start sending you messages about weird medical.
Yeah, I
issues.
read though. Yeah. Like,
Karen, what do you think about this?
I have a friend that does that. I'm like, I don't know. Uh,
Yes.
it's trying. NQ looks much better. VIX looks like it's holding, but Bank looks like it's getting a little tired. Okay.
You're still in QQQ longs, right, Fuzz?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm up like 10 cents right now. Nothing flashy.
I'm up about
Not
$320
yet.
bucks. We're up 40 points right now. Haven't taken any trims. Getting ready to tighten my stop though.
Oh my God, I was right about a firm. It was just wonky.
I like the 5-minute close over the open.
Would you say you should have been more firm? So stupid. Dow's still holding up. Ticks are still positive.
They are, but look at Bank. It's getting a little, and VIX looks like it's trying. We'll see. We shall see.
VIX is still sitting right at its open. Won't break below it.
These cons are just not moving. Not moving a whole lot. Ooh, baby, I love the way. Okay, here comes the S&Ps and the Dow.
There you go. All right.
Making
All
some
right.
progress.
Chug a chug a chug a chug a chug a chuggo. We just need the choo choo.
You ain't heard the story about the little engine that could. Major Pain, anybody?
Oh yeah, that's a good flick. I haven't watched that in forever.
Toot, toot.
All right. Not unless we get above that 69.50, will I join the party? But maybe.
Don't do it to us.
It's like I like this price action, but I hate it at the same time. I can't decide if I hate it more than I like it.
I missed Amazon. That too looks nice.
Dow's still trying to go. NASDAQ really needs to join the party.
Yeah.
She wants it. Let's hold the
Who
open
are
here.
we
Come on.
waiting on?
Come on.
Semiconductors look good still. XLK still a little sluggish. Apple. Microsoft's not doing us anything. Google's not doing much. Meta's doing good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Meta is. Apple, no.
Freaking Amazon.
Yeah, I know. Let's see if we can get it back.
I got
Keep watching
so
for.
burned. My butt still hurts from it.
Let's go.
There it goes.
Give us the pop. I feel it here. It's coming.
Okay.
Just trying to check out some of these software names. I know China, Baidu had a crazy day on Friday. Baidu had a good Friday.
All right, I'll take some calls here. If it lets me in. Do it. I don't know if it'll let me in. I don't know what's wrong with E-Trade. Let me in.
Maybe it's a good thing because this price action.
Yeah, sucks. All right, never mind then. Cancel it. I don't know what's wrong with this. I may have to play for tomorrow then. But
You got kicked out of Thinkorswim?
on E-Trade, I don't know
okay.
why. It's weird. Like some let me in, some don't. Maybe if I try market, but then I'm afraid because who knows what you'll get there.
You can't get out. Yeah.
Let me try it. I'm afraid though.
Need to restart maybe?
Maybe. There, yeah, market gave it to me. Of course.
Yeah, guts.
Here's what we need.
Come on.
Need you to go this way.
Well, we came back down to very high on the S&Ps and bounced, so
That's what we need the NASDAQ to do, guys. Just it's real simple. Just do this.
getting into the 1 hour mark.
You have 3 minutes to the first hourly close here.
Ticks are still positive. S&Ps are moving.
All right, I put an arrow in place, so NASDAQ knows it has to go up.
Okay.
Okay, we like that 2 minute. Let's go.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, there we go.
No way.
Come on.
I had a trim set at 84.50 and it didn't fill me.
Wow.
It didn't.
Yeah. Shoot, I didn't even post my thing yet. Hold
All right,
on.
I got to trim Bug 71.
I know I got 14% on that. The market order, stupid market order got me in. 688.
There we go.
Today's the 5th, right? So this is for.
Today is the 5th. Yes.
Okay. Wow, if I had played for today's, it would have been up more.
Let me get a second trim just to be on the safe side, and that kind of recoups my SPY shenanigans. 182.
687.30.
That's what we call the arrow strategy, ladies and gentlemen. See how well that worked?
Very nice. Let me see this other thing. What is this telling me? Yeah, it's so that 690 is still lit up, but it's gonna go. Looks like it wants it. 690. And there's a call wall there, so 690 hits. Should propel us up if we get there.
All right. There we go.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Second fill has been hit. 182. Thank you. Thank God. Thank God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Blessed.
Feeling blessed. I still want a little more. Give me some more.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some more, but
You still holding some
I ain't
runners?
gonna be stingy.
It's showing, the orb is showing 689.56. We can get it. It's just far away from the 9, so we're going to get a pullback and people will freak out.
Everybody panic? No, don't panic.
What's this Zeta Global?
Zeta. That's a Johnny Pool name right there. Or it used to be, at least.
Let's see what it is. Price target raised to 23, but that was in November.
Just hit first hourly candle. Close
Come
of
on.
the day.
Come to daddy. 25.7. Let's go. 15 points.
Let's go, baby. I just took off half of my position on that pop higher there.
Nice, nice. As they say, the first cut is always the deepest, but we made it back.
Yeah, it did. Made my money back. And I hopped in late. And I got in for tomorrow.
And
that
you had
was
to do a
nice.
market order.
And I had to do a market order. So many negatives, but I still made it. At 24%, I'll take it. I want
Not too
30 though.
shabby.
$25. Come on, give me 5 more percent there.
There we go.
Took a little off, but it's, let's see if he hits that orb. Should. I mean, there's not really much resistance. ES could get above 69.58. 69.60 may be a problem. But it should get me to 35%. Let's see. Give it to me.
Give it to me, baby.
Phil.
Yeah. Come on, there's nothing there. Yellow is nothing. Move.
I'm aiming for about another 20 points here, and I'll hit my max profit on my prop account that I'm trading this on.
Nice.
On my TradeZella account.
Trade-ify.
Stops are break even on the runners.
FinTech, so you got Upstart, Affirm, Square, SoFi, PayPal, yeah.
Come on.
The Swiss government has frozen Maduro's assets.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy when the Swiss government is like, yeah.
We want some of that oil money that's coming our way.
Yeah. I don't know many times when the Swiss government's like, all right, we'll do that.
Even the Swiss government's like, yeah.
All right, we're starting to come off a little bit here. I don't know why my profile's not loading. That would be why. All right, I'm going to stop out just to be safe. I want to give it back. Close.
For me, I'm still holding the 9. So as long as it holds the 9, I'm playing.
Yeah, I had this level here at 687, so not surprised to see a little bit of resistance, but still holding the remainder.
Okay. I'd rather be safe than sorry. Especially since I had to fight so hard to
Yeah.
come back.
Stay patient.
It's a lot of patience, yeah.
Okay.
Never trying to form a value area on the S&Ps.
Yeah, I got stopped at now. I wanted to keep at least 10% of it. So no.
Takes back at 0.
Yeah, I moved the stop on my remaining about 10 points in a profit. 25, 629.75.
Oh, I may try some props here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into depth in this a little bit later, but I invested in some different prop accounts, some instant funded accounts, spread out over a bunch of different firms. Just gonna kind of try to trade them, not copy trade them, but just work my way through them. tight
don't
daily
copy trade
loss
'em.
limits and profit goals, and just try to.
There you go.
Mhm.
It's a fun idea.
Yeah. We're gonna track it every day here on TradeZella and stuff. So see what we can do with it.
Sounds great. Okay.
S&P pulling back to 1 standard deviation.
Yeah, VIX won't break below its open here. It keeps holding. Bank's holding up nicely.
Good.
This level I have marked here, it's 25,687, is actually Friday's open from the gap up.
All right, NASDAQ is back at point of its control.
When you say point of control, what are you referring to there exactly, Fuzz?
It is the session volume.
Okay.
So it is the location where the majority of business has been transacted.
Gotcha.
So think of it as like
Gotcha.
a magnet.
Mm-hmm. So is it does it work like an indicator on your chart, like it's just like a VWAP or something would be up on your chart?
No, VWAP is totally VWAP is totally different, but yeah, it is.
But it's
an
so it's
indicator.
a point of control line that
Yeah, if you go on TradingView and you type in session volume profile,
okay,
you can load it up like that, and I'll show you my settings here. I do custom, and for futures, you have to backtrack it to 8:30 to 8:30 instead of 9:30 if you're on Eastern Standard Time, backed up to an hour, just because that's the way futures behave. And volume I put on total. Value area I put 70 because 68% to like 70% of business transacted is your value. And then rows layout, I change it to number of rows, and I'll put the row size to about 199. If you start to mess with this, if you go any lower, then you're going to have like these weird blocky looking profile. And then that'll give you your point of control, which is where the majority of business occurs. And think of it as, where is, value within the market during the session. And you can do that across multiple time frames as well. So you can see multiple sessions, and that'll kind of help give you a picture of where all the volume is being driven.
I'm looking at hood, maybe if it holds here, but so 121 calls waiting.
Didn't mention this earlier, guys, but Zach Austin is he's another trader inside of the Stock Dads Discord. He's doing a futures and prop firm boot camp, which is going to be free, I believe January 12th through the 14th. There's a link to register in the bio of the YouTube stream description if you guys are interested in signing up for that.
For free.
For free. Free 99.
What is happening here? Nothing.
Nada.
Mm.
NQ kind of still melting here. Back into its open. YM RTY just made a new high on the day.
Ooh, NASDAQ starting to slip.
Mm.
I'm going to see if Amazon continues. I may take some puts here. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Because if we start slipping as a whole, that Amazon's going to come down too. So, okay, well, we'll try it.
You tried
Like
Amazon
right
puts.
here.
I'm going to try some Amazon puts. 230, 197.
Gonna start to lose this. I think this spike can come back down.
Slips.
NASDAQ's starting to do that a little bit.
Just see book map. 233 would be a stop. That's way up here though.
NQ 2-minute trying to hold the open here.
We shall see.
231 has the.
Looks like most liquidity still up above. We didn't actually tag it. Were you looking at there, Karen? What name was that?
For which one, Amazon or Hood?
Oh, was that Amazon that you just had Bookmap
Yeah.
up for?
Oh, yeah, that was
Okay.
Amazon. 233. And then Hood, I'm looking at calls. Hold on. I think it may have executed. All right. So let me post this and then Hood. 121 calls. Let's see if that goes. And Hood will be stops at 119.60. Let's see. Okay.
The S&P doesn't want to be done.
She don't. NQ pull back into the open here. 2-minute trying to hold the open. Shall see.
Okay. Come on, Hood. Give me a little more. Amazon just needs the break. It's walking a tightrope there, but if it breaks, it'll drop to probably 231.60-ish, maybe. Ideally 231. Come on, Hood. Save yourself.
Dave, so we'll check that out.
Oh.
Hate that. Still just trying to determine if we're going to continue to explore new higher prices or if we're finally going to dwindle down. Because the Dow is still resilient.
Yeah. It just popped new highs. Bank as well. The VIX is kind of just stuck in a tight range here.
Okay, hood is almost 10%. It's about to hit the orb. Amazon's being a pain. Or not. That's right. Drop.
Drop it like it's hot.
Misbehaving.
There goes hood. It hit the orb. Thank you. 10% on hood. Thank you very much.
Ticks are starting to fall. Could be the Russell, though. NASDAQ still holding.
Oh, wow, VIX just popped to its highs.
That POC.
$11 on hood. Let's go. Amazon's starting to break a little bit. Let's see where hood could go. Ooh, there's another orb up here, isn't there? On 23-ish level.
The orb of Ossox. I'm not in anything. How lame. I'm just trying to see what's going on. But we are holding
Actually
the
added,
upside.
I actually added back into my MNQ as we pull back into the open here. So just need a little bit more.
There you go, hood. Yay.
Need another 10 points to go flat. Come on. I am RTY. Starting to see a little bit of a pullback here. Bank seeing a little bit of a pullback here.
There goes Amazon. I'll make the money for you, Fuzz.
Okay.
I'll make it back for you. Don't worry.
Can you send it to me?
I'll sell it. Cash App, Zelle, Venmo. Which do you accept?
All of the above.
I'm waiting to see if we move back through on these indices before I grab a put. Long side's still working. I'm just seeing if we can continue to hold it for now. I don't really want to buy up here, but we'll see.
131 was my target for Amazon, but I see that 50's right there, so maybe 131.13. Let's see. Oh, drop it.
Mama told me not to. I did anyways. Behaving. NASDAQ starting to go.
Back in the open again here.
Let's see. Still no candle close. Yeah, again. I mean, they're wicking down, but they're just not.
Yeah, the opening
not
print
breaking
has proven to be a pretty played a little bit of resistance on its earlier. Now it's been support.
Oh boy. More coffee.
That sounds wonderful.
I think I'll just bring the coffee pot next time. Put a straw in it. Okay. Put one of those hats on. All right, let's go. Amazon looks like it woke up. Hopefully not enough. Just a retest up.
They just got slapped down again.
130, 230, 230. That 231 was 50 was nothing, and then it yellow, orange, and red as in big support for Amazon.
All right, baby, come on.
Oh boy, financial juice. What do we have? Gold and dollar strengthened after the ouster of Venezuela's president. Okay. We are at fear today.
Weird.
Yeah. White House official. Let's see. There's nothing really on news. Let me check CNBC.
This price action got a little stagnant, a little stale.
See, European close coming up. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, it's about 11 o'clock now. So we got looks like a little bit of data every day this week.
It's a Monday.
Woogie, 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 woogie.
Lucid increases EV deliveries by 55%. It meets its lowered guidance. That's nice. Lucid. So Goldman Sachs upgrades Coinbase. I saw that. Duolingo. Oh, that's why it's green. Duolingo upgrades from buy to neutral. Mobileye to overweight from equal. Procore overweight.
Fatty.
Melius downgrades Uber to sell from hold. Oh. Arista gets upgraded. Stifle upgrades Moody's. Cardinal Infrastructure Group is a buy. United Rentals to buy. Dover to buy. Oracle as buy.
Might get a shift in this area here soon on the S&Ps.
So NASDAQ could just give your boy 10 more points. Then I don't care what it does.
Goldman adds Broadcom and your favorite store, Dick's Fuzz, to its conviction list. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Upgrades Intel and Marvell. Well, Wells Fargo adds Roku and Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola
City.
Classic.
They upgraded CoreWeave and IBM.
Where's my drawing tool? I'll add a level right here just so I can watch that.
Oh, by the way, anybody watch Steelers Ravens last night? The Lurs pulled it out.
I saw the
That was
highlight.
Oh man, that was a crazy fourth quarter. Boswell missed the extra point.
Again, NASDAQ just holding that point of control.
VIX did just pop to a new high during New York.
Yeah, I'm looking at possibly a SPY put. I'm going to grab a 688.
Oh, 21 on Hood.
We'll see where this candle closes. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try a 688 put.
688 put for Fuzz.
78 cents. Risky. Do not go heavy. Let's...
20% on Hood, so I'll take my first trim here.
I'm going to have my stops up here.
Come on, Amazon, just keep dropping. There it is, 3%, but it's not really moving is what's the problem. It's moving down, but I'm not up. I'm only up 3%.
When your trade's open in both positions, in both directions right now, right? Short
I'm playing Amazon.
long Hood.
Uh-huh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Hood is the winner, though. I'm waiting to see if it hits that orb. I may up the stops. Yeah, I'll up the stops. 121.40 are the new stops for Hood. Where am I here?
Yeah, now the Qs are trying to
Come on, baby.
move back up. So, gotta be a little careful, like I said. My play is risky, and I did not go heavy. Let's see what they want to do.
There we go, 6% on Amazon.
Nice.
Finally. How much were you down? Because I'll stay in it, but...
We won't talk about it.
Oh, okay. So maybe like... Okay. I'll give it like a 50%.
No, on Friday I got
Wow, okay.
I got hit.
All right,
Yeah.
so let's see.
You
I'll
go
stay in
bent
it.
over, Fuzz.
Yeah, it was not. Zero fun, sir. Would not recommend.
Yeah, see, now it's starting to go up. It hit that 50 that I said that was my target. And now it's trying, and I know it's far away from the 9. But I mean, 6%. I know, I'm being greedy. It's stuck, though. If you look at that book map, it's stuck. 132 is the resistance, 131 is support. Maybe it'll come down to 131. Which is what I wanted, 131. Doo. Yeah. So the 50 did go up. Okay. Three. Come on, Hood. You can do it. Do it. Flex. You're almost there. Almost there.
NASDAQ trying to hold everybody up now. It's amazing how they do that.
Yeah. VIX. Bank did reverse, though.
Yeah, VIX still holding up too.
If Amazon comes into this 9 and it comes in like a week, I'll add more and play it down. Let's see if that's what happens. At 232. 232 is way up here. I can't wait for that. I just want to see if it hits that 9. Yeah, it's a nice candle. Smack it down, smack it down. Okay, Hood, 26. Keep going. Yeah, look how it almost touched that 9. So the next candle, if it comes in red, I'll add more on Amazon. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. 27 on Hood. My stomach's like, are you going to feed me today? We've been on vacation, so
Yeah, that's
so
right.
it's like
Yeah, gotta adjust.
It's like, what do you mean no food? It's 11. 29. Give me 30, Hood. Come on. One more candle.
All right, bang, bang, baby. All right, I just went flat there. I hit my max profit on my TradeZella funded account.
Look at this NASDAQ push.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice opening print hold there.
The VIX needs to break this 21 to consider more. 30%. There you go. Hood.
Ooh, baby, let's go.
Wow, 33 on Hood. Almost hitting about to hit the orb. And Amazon. Yeah, that 50 really did push it. Stupid.
New high day there on the NQ.
There goes the VIX. All right, VIX just broke that 21. Okay, Amazon. I had to wait for it. I have to really wait if it holds above that 9 for me to get out. And Hood is at 35%. It's literally about to hit that orb.
Got about 75 points
There it is.
on the MNQ.
Almost at my stop. Wacky day. Wacky day.
Amazon's still trying to break. Yeah, it broke. Stupid. All right. Yeah, it's a pain. I mean, for the drop that it had, it should not have been only 3% or 6%. It should have been more. That's why I didn't want to get out. But this thing is breaking now back up. So I'll take my 4% loss any day. Yeah, look at that candle. I'm not gonna wait for anything.
I'm out. I think I am just going to be done for the day.
Yeah. Stupid. Stupid Amazon. I'll take the 4% just because you told me what happened. I'll take 4.
We can't let it win.
Yeah, no. I'll get it though. I'll get it.
Not the best execution today.
It's wonky. Watch it come down now.
We'll have to review. Yeah, no, it's just, I feel silly. I feel silly.
I'm waiting for the orb to hit for Hood.
It tried to break down there.
It did. It really did, but it had a little bit of a double bottom, a little bit more, but still. Whenever I see stuff like that, it's hard. It's just really hard for it to break for whatever reason, but that's annoying. All right, I may take my Hood and go have breakfast. So.
Well, sounds good.
We'll see
we had some
what
nice
happens.
winners out there today.
122.20, we'll say, is my stop for Hood now.
See if the afternoon does anything for me.
Yeah, I'll look at Amazon. Starting. Just the way that it's sitting, though, it could really propel it up. That's the only reason I got out. Just the setup of it. Here, let's look at the 5-minute. Get rid of it. Remove. Just the setup of it, the way that it came back down to kind of hold and start pushing up. This candle looked good. I always wait for it to hold above the 9. Literally should have waited for the close, but that was a big candle. But I usually do wait for the close and then say, all right, if the next candle is above the 9 and holding, then I'll get out. But this one is looking like it's dwindling now. Officially not above that 9. So technically I would still be in, wait for the next candle. If it comes up above that 9, then you can get out. But it did come down, almost hit my 131 that I wanted. See how the next candle, now it's red, so I would have stayed in. My thing that I would have watched now, is this going to come down here and hit a double bottom right at the 21 and then push it up? That's what I'd be looking at. That's on the 5-minute. On the 2-minute, it did have a candle. Yeah. Look at this stupid thing.
That point of control on the S&P moved up.
Oh. I don't like that.
It did. I took note of it earlier, and we were breaking below that level. That's why I went short here. Because this level was... And then we started to break down, so I went short, and I was looking for a move down to at least down here. But then we got this pop right at the standard deviation. Still trying to hold that trend. So we'll see. If we move back below this, I would try another short. And target at least 69.45.
Fuzz, you're coming back on this afternoon, right?
Yes.
All right, cool.
1 o'clock.
All right, cool. We're just going to kind of talk some current news events, market news events, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Is that what I think that's what I heard, right?
Yeah, just kind of review what happened over the last 2 weeks that we were on hiatus and all that good stuff.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, you guys are good to call the session whenever you're ready. Just kind of reviewing some trades here before we take a quick break.
Sounds good. I'm happy to take a break.
Yeah, it's nothing happening here. Go blink at some. Yeah, hood. I'm staying in hood until that 121 breaks down, or if it keeps going, then I'm all in. Still at 30% here. So let's one more look at Bookmap. And Amazon is at support yet again. The big challenge for hood is going to be first challenge 122.90, and then bigger is 123. And it already rejected at 122.90, so which is where the orb is at. It could be. Let's see what this indicator tells me. It still says breakout. It's funny because it's telling me Amazon is still looking bearish. But looking at it on Bookmap, yes, bearish if it breaks 131.60. But if that doesn't break, then no. And if it happens to break 131.36 would be the next down level. Yeah, there it goes. It's ES is starting to come back down, isn't it? I may do one more. check ES real quick. ES 69.51 would break. SPY, nothing really until 687.76. No, it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I wanted to take puts, but it's just it's not helping.
They just keep popping it, yeah.
Yeah, they just are not helping the cause. And hood is almost at the high again. If it's a
Well,
double top, take your money.
It's also weird too because every time like the S&P starts to drop, the Nasdaq holds up. Every time the Nasdaq starts to drop, like it's teasing a little bit here, the S&Ps are bouncing off. So they being funny. Can't quite get into full unison.
Right. It's not.
See, now you got this big pop on the S&Ps.
Yeah. Yep.
And the Nasdaq is like, huh?
And there's hood. Look at that. Look at hood's about to break that 123. You break that 123. Celebration time. But look at it. It grabbed it by the ears again.
All right, I think I am taking a breather.
All right, man, sounds good.
Yeah, me too.
We'll see what the afternoon does.
Yeah, we'll see this
if we
afternoon.
Hold trend or if we get a pullback. Yeah, I'll be back at 1. We'll go over some things. And all that fun stuff. All right, Karen, good job.
Sounds
today.
good.
Sounds
You
good,
too.
guys.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you
I'll
later.
get Amazon. I'll get it. All right, talk soon.
All right,
All right,
see
guys.
ya.
Have a good day. All right, bye.
Bye. All right, guys. So I did mention this earlier. Just another reminder: Zach Austin is doing his futures plus prop firm free boot camp. It's gonna be January 12th through the 14th, 8:30 p.m. It's gonna be 3 days of free classes. Zach took a confirmed 200K plus in payouts from prop firms last year, so he's gonna go over, how he trades futures and how he handles it, trading with different prop firms, his strategy with all that good stuff. The link to register to sign up for this free webinar is in the bio of this YouTube video here. So if you're interested in checking that out, which I don't know why you would be, whether or not you had a good year trading prop firms or futures or a bad year, either way, I think learning from someone who is doing multiple 6 figures, you're going to be able to find some value there. So if you haven't yet, make sure you register for that. And I'm just going to step away really quickly. I'm doing a little bit of a trade review here, and then I'm going to hop back on and talk about the trade review and talk about my plan for 2026. We're going to kind of do a bit of a segment. We're going to call it Road to 6 Figures, which is basically we're just going to track my journey this year, which is my goal is to take 6 figures, so 100K in payouts from prop firms, plus I'm starting with a small cash account. So a withdrawal from my cash account, I would consider the same as like a withdrawal or payout from a prop firm. That's what we're going to calculate. And so what I'm going to do is I've invested into a handful of different prop accounts, and we're going to kind of track and monitor all the trades from those and the trade reviews and the stats and see what's working, what's not working, and just be very transparent with the whole thing and kind of follow along on the journey with you all and see if it's something we're able to do. Last year, I think I've said it before, I think it only took about $15,000 in payouts from prop firms myself personally. So obviously a lofty goal, but and I'm not going to let it affect me where it's like I'm doing stupid things to try to hit it, but it just kind of gives me a goal, gives me something to aim for. And yeah, and something we can kind of just follow along as a group and hopefully learn from and get some value from. So I'm just going to step away really quickly. We'll have Aaron back here for the nooner, and then I'll be back talking. Before that, I'll be back talking about the road to six figures. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I got long a few seconds before we tweeted about tariffs. I didn't have time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. Gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got three options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last, but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let them have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Yeah, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. Now, how are you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a 0 DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over 10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code StockDads.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZella's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code StockDads.
What's up, everybody? We are back. That was my fun little intro video for this road to six figures segment that I've been talking about. But that's what we're gonna do this year. That's what we're working on. I've set the goal of taking six figures in payouts in the year of 2026. And my plan is to try to do it by spreading the wealth out. I invested into a few different instant funded prop firm accounts, and I'm going to be using accounts from TradeZella, from My Funded Futures, from Lucid, probably from Top Step, from Top One Futures, all kinds of different firms. And I'm going to spread kind of that risk out. I'm going to put, tight daily loss limits in place. And with a lot of these accounts, what I'm trading is the instant funded accounts, which have most of them have a 20% consistency rule. So I'm looking for, I've done essentially the math. So I'll do the example on this TradeZella account, for example, is a 50K lightning funded account. So it's an instant funded account. It has a 20% consistency rule. It has a max trailing drawdown of $2,000. And your profit target in order to take a payout is $3,000. And so if you do the math, 20% consistency to $3,000 would be $600. So I want to make sure that I don't have winning days that are over $600, because anything over $600 then just means you have to make more money in order to get to within the consistency role and meet the profit target. Like I don't want to have to make 3,500 or 4,500 in order to take my payout. If the payout target is $3,000, okay, so the max I want to make to stay within the 20% consistency role would be $600 a day. So what I actually did on this specific TradeZella account, this TradeZella account, and I'm going to be doing this across all of my different prop firm accounts, is having a daily loss limit and having a daily profit trigger. Now the daily profit trigger is probably just on accounts that are that have consistency rules. I will do the math, whatever the particular account consistency rule is. I'll do that math. We'll figure it out. But if it doesn't have a consistency rule, I do like to let my winners work. So I probably wouldn't put a daily profit trigger on it. But for this, for instance, for today, I have a $300 daily loss limit. So that would automatically lock me out of the account, which is, relatively tight. With a $2,000 drawdown, that's not a crazy tight drawdown limit, but I think it's hard to do much less than $250 or $300. But anyway, so that's what we're doing. It would be a 1 to 2 if I reach my max profit, and I obviously don't have to reach $602, but if I do, I don't want to go over that. So I have these risk settings, which you can do right inside of TradeZella. If you didn't know that, if you're not familiar with that, if you're in TradeZella, you can see the executions on my trades today. But if you're using TradeZella, you can come up to this top right corner here. If you click on that, it'll then give you risk settings, and then you can come in here and alter all this stuff. So I'm taking advantage of that. I'm using that, and on top of that, what we're going to do is review the trades. I'm doing this both for me and you guys. Me to stay accountable with journaling my trades and crunching the data and using it to make improvements. So I started journaling today's trade. This was my first entry, and so this was below the opening print. It was above VWAP though. If we look at the VWAP here, our first entry was at this dot, so we were above VWAP. We bounced off the kind of the low end of this range again. So I decided to take a little bit more of an aggressive entry here, and it ended up working out nicely. On this first entry, you can see my first exit then was up at this target, which is was at 25,687. Wait, what was it? 25,687. Yeah, that was my first target, and that came from the gap up on Friday of last week. That was the New York Open from that gap up on Friday. So we took this entry here. The profit target 25,687. the stop loss. My original stop loss then had to be underneath these lows. So my stop loss was at 25,587. So it's actually a negative risk to reward in this trade, and I entered with 4 micros, and it luckily worked in my favor. It never really went in any drawdown. So after I locked in some profits, we got this pullback, rejection of the level back to opening print. As we were attempting to hold the opening print, I added into this winning trade. That way I didn't need new highs. I just needed a little bit of a pop to reach my daily max profit target, which we were able to then get, and I was able to fully exit here, giving me my max profit of $600 on this account. So what the plan will be is to, trade these accounts. If I were to take a loss on this account, I would probably move on to another one. Or if I would get stopped out with a win, I'd probably just protect those profits or keep the loss small, and I'll move to another account. And the goal for this is something that I'm capable of doing, is getting too emotional, whether it's like getting too down after a loss. So I try to revenge trade or force trades, or just get hung up on that loss that it leads me to make emotional, stupid decisions. And I want to have these spread out where it's like, okay, that loss that happened on this guy, maybe it was frustrating, but it's a small manageable loss. We'll just move on to this account with a fresh mindset, and you don't get emotional in that sense. And the other thing I've done on the flip side of that coin is sometimes when I'm having big winning days, not knowing when to call it quits, you want to keep going, you want to keep making more, to kind of keep myself from getting too high, which then can lead to those bad decisions. What I want to do is set these profit targets ahead of time. And it's more about the consistency day in and day out without any too big a risk on the table, where we're not getting too low, we're not getting too high, we're taking what we can get on each account, never digging too big of a hole, and never getting too high thinking we're invincible with big winning days. So that's the game plan between sort of spreading these things out across the different accounts. We'll be doing both the futures prop firms, like I said, probably at least 5 different firms. And then I also have a small cash account of about $2,000 that I'll potentially do some small options trading with, maybe some swings, shorter term swing trades as well. So as we go along, I'm going to continue to add different tags. I'm going to I want to use, if I can scroll, I want to use start using the progress tracker. So I'm going to make a list of roles that we have to follow, and I just need to kind of iron this out a little bit more here. But we're going to dive into the progress tracker. We're going to add a bunch of different trading tags into this, follow the strategies, make adjustments, do this all together, all transparently, and see what we can do, see if this kind of mindset and idea that I have going into 2026 is able to work out. And I think it should be a good learning experience for everyone involved. So that is the game plan. That's the kind of the segment we'll be rolling with in 2026. Constant updates on this, checking in on it daily. So make sure you guys, if I'm not talking about call me out, we're going to make sure we're sticking to this. So, but yeah, that's something to look forward to. In the meantime, we'll just step away real quick while we wait for Aaron to get on, and then he'll hop on and deliver us the nooner. After that, we'll be following it up. Me and Fuzz, we're just going to talk a little news that's been affecting the markets over the holiday break here. And one last reminder, we do have the boot camp, futures prop firm boot camp from Zach Austin. The link to register for this free webinar, January 12th through the 14th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, is in the description in this YouTube video, in this live stream. So make sure you guys register for that if you want to check that out. I know I'll definitely be on that, checking it out, seeing what I can learn, what I can incorporate into my trading this year in 2026. So don't forget about that. And yeah, so if you guys are going to get any prop accounts and trade alongside me, code StockDads will always get you the best discount. So there you go. In the meantime, like I said, we're going to take a quick break, get Aaron set up for the nooner, and then we will be right back. Thanks, everybody.
I got long a few seconds before we tweeted about tariffs. I didn't have time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
I That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. And gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got three options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last, but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let him have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Yeah, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. And how are you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No, Dad, no!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a 0 DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for Dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over 10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code StockDads.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZella's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code StockDads.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Aaron for the nooner. He's going to recap this morning's action. Feel free to reach out with any questions that you guys have for him, and then Fuzz and I will be back this afternoon just talking a little bit of market news. So go ahead and take it away, Aaron.
What's up, everybody? Who we got? All right. Well, I don't know who we got because you guys haven't said hi yet. But good afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening. Excuse me, wherever you are. Hello, hello. Did I share my screen? Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. What's up? What's up, Miss Tomika? How are you? We'll give everybody a minute or so to get in. Hope everybody had a nice morning. Very bullish morning. We'll get a pullback here. We do have some little bit of participation back. We got our financials rolling, so that's helping us out. I got a frog in my throat. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Hello, hello. Okay, guys. Well, let's get started here. All right. Make sure I got my screen all set up. Yep. Okay. All right. So starting off in the VIX. All right. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, right? Not VIX, the index. Okay. We are still in a downtrend. Remember, this runs inverse, right? VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. We are still in a downtrend. All right. And we will be until we're not anymore. Okay. So this is how we're looking at this. We've still got last week Monday's highs to lows. Remember, this traded already. This was indice strength once, twice, 3 times. Now we haven't gotten down to this target yet, right? So we need these little worker bee moves, which are smaller moves inside of a bigger one. We need these little worker bee moves to get us down to these larger targets, okay? And that's what we've got going on right here. All right, so this is a smaller move inside of the bigger one. All right, and that high is at 11 a.m. on the 2nd. Okay, so that's Friday's highs. Friday's highs to lows. All right, 1630, we don't need to round up. We just add a tick, which is a nickel, 1635. So we traded our line in the sand, and here we're coming out of that. So if the VIX continues to fall, it's more indice strength, right? So you don't want to be trying to pick a top on the indices while the VIX is in a downtrend. Okay? Picking a top is a fun game, but it's really expensive. Eventually you'll be right. So as long as we stay below these 35s, you can see they defended to the tick. We see this over and over and over. That's how technical the VIX is. So we'll watch as we continue down through. Now, you might ask, what's up, Frank? You might ask, is there a long from lows? Yeah, there could be. There absolutely could be. I don't have it drawn up because we're in a downtrend, right? This is a counter trend. Now, if that holds, great. Then we can work off that, right? If that long holds and we lift off, we've got this resistance above us up at these 1650s. We could roll right back over. Okay, so going into this week, if we continue to fall, we've got targets below us. VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs, right? Everything is bullish right now for the indices. Okay, see how much participation we have this afternoon. Tomorrow is our first, remember, tomorrow at 10 a.m. will be our first, call it real trading day of the year. All right, today's a Monday, and it's pretty much the first day back from vacation. Okay, so that's where we are. VIX is still in shorts, right? Just going down in a series, and we'll continue to trade the trend until it fails. All right, we'll continue to trade this trend until it fails. All right, so that's what we're looking at. It's really no different than this morning, right? No different than this morning. This was the pullback we were kind of looking at. All right, that little worker bee move in there. So we'll see. We'll see, but that's where we're sitting right now. So we just got to go with what's right in front of us, right? Any questions at all? Really, like I said, nothing is, excuse me, nothing has really changed since this morning. Anybody? No? Everybody good? Pretty easy? All right. Now, if for some reason we got to kind of do a what if here. If we do start to break these, if we break these 65s, now we do have resistance up here, but remember the indices are going to move further, farther, faster in the opposite way than the VIX does. So if we do squeeze up into these, keep in mind we have a half gap fill down below us. All right, and I'll show you that here in a second. Okay? So that's where we are. Everybody good? Pretty easy? All right, moving on. Now, star of the show. Okay, our financials completely changed trend. All right. Nate, what is up? How are you, sir? We were talking about Stranger Things a little bit this morning, Nate. Figured you'd get a kick out of that. We were wondering why the Demigorgons weren't there to help out the Mind Flayer. I don't think I've ever said that phrase in my life up until this point, but yeah. So remember, bank is just an index, right? It doesn't have to be super technical. We just have our draws on here as a guide. All right. Well, we had these shorts coming out of these highs. Remember, we've got this support level below us from November 18th to our highs on December 18th. So that's a month. All right. We came down in here around this 38.2% line, but we broke this opposing move, didn't we? All right. That's a big deal for bank. Okay. That is what we were talking about when the indices pull up that boat anchor and they're free to go. Okay. So we pulled up the boat anchor and they lifted off. All right. So what are we watching here? Well, coming out of these lows here, all right, we had this pullback and we're actually in extension longs. Okay. We had this pullback right here this morning. That was at 9:30-ish. That was Friday. And then we had this pullback at 9:30-ish. And then lifted off, right? We blew through that target. Okay, so bank is actually going up. Our financials are actually going up in extension longs. Okay. Again, just an index. It doesn't have to be technical, right? So that's what we're looking at here on our financials. This is really strong, right? This is really strong. This is a big tailwind behind the indices. Now, for the indices to roll over, this thing's gonna have to roll over, right? Because right now it's up. Right? VIX down, financials up. That's all a tailwind for the indices. Okay? That's all that, meaning the indices are in a bid. All right? Meaning the indices are in a bid. Okay? So there's our financials looking good. All right, looking good. What do we got above us here? Up to the 47.76, we could find a little bit of resistance up there. Then this has a target. Look how far away this is, right? This long has a target way up here, 49.25, right? So we'll just continue to follow the trend until it fails, right? So pretty cool. Been a while since we've seen that, right? The last kind of, before we started this down, this sideways to down back December 11th. There was our sideways to down. Now we're back in an uptrend. Pretty cool. Pretty cool way to start the year. All right. Okay, so there's our financials. Now, what's this do to the indices? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. All right. So remember we were going over this morning. All right, let me get rid of this so you guys can see this because this is important. All right. Well, let me go back a little bit more. Where's my 180? Come on, baby, where you at? Here, we'll just do this. Okay, so this is the extension long we're in. All right, this is the ES. From our highs on December 16th of 24, all right, to our highs on October of this year, of last year of 25. All right, here's that pullback, tariff tantrum, right? There's a pullback. So, get up there. All right, sorry, that wasn't the tariff tantrum. That was November. Here's the tariff tantrum down there. All right. So this was our next pullback. All right, so these highs in October, right there. So we've got targets up at 71.40, right? Target's right there, 71.40. Inside of that, pretty cut and dried. So there's that pullback, right? Little worker bee moves inside of that, leading us higher. Remember, we've got these targets up here we need to get to, 71.40, and the only job of these worker bees is to get us there, right? Very rarely will we trade a big level and go straight to a target. We need these little worker bees to get us there. So here's the first one off our lows on November 21st to our highs, December 15th, pullback, right? Inside of that, from our lows on December 17th to our highs, December 26th, pullback. And now we have broken the short from highs. Okay, so trade support, right? Say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, broke that. So we could have a pullback, all right, that we could jump in on. Oops, there we go. All right, from our lows. So we'll be trailing these up all week. All right, we'll be trailing those up all week. Right, plenty of targets above us, right? 1, 2, 3 big ones, plus this little one. All right, so we've got plenty of targets above us, okay? So these pullbacks are going to be bought. All right, so that's what we'll watch. Now, if the VIX just keeps, today anyway, if the VIX just keeps going sideways to down and bank keeps grinding higher, then that's all indices strength. We're not going to make a pullback, okay? So that's where we are. It looks really good going into 20, whatever the hell year we're in, 2026, right? Right there, baby. All right, pretty solid. Okay, so our gap as of right now is remaining unfilled, right? It'll be a something if we fill the gap today, right? But we knew that, right? So our gap fills down here at 6,925. All right, we opened right here. Right there, right there. Okay, at 69.34. So we opened outside of 30 points away. And we know when we open outside of 30 points that there's a higher probability of us trading away from the fill. And it was a gap and go day, right? It was absolutely a gap and go day. All right. So if the VIX does start to squeeze this afternoon, right, we do have to be aware that there's a half gap fill still down here, okay? And then obviously that's support. That would be our next pullback right there. We could join this trend. This would be the next spot where we could join this trend, okay? So not a whole lot to do right now, right? But there's our liftoff away from the gap fill, okay? Just probabilities working in our favor, right? We know that if we open outside of 20, we've got about a 50-50. If we open outside of 30, we have a higher probability of trading away from the fill than down into it. All right. So there we go. All right, there's the ES. So you can see we're just going up in a series of measured moves up into these larger targets. And we'll just keep trading the trend until it fails. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. All right, remember we had this little dip into this low, all right, that were little tricks and traps, right, that we're not going to get excited about because the VIX didn't break, right? So that long is valid from December 17th to December 26th because what happened? Well, we broke the short from highs. Okay, trade support, break the short. All right, so we're just watching and see if we can join this trend, right? See if we'll get these pullbacks today. All right, but again, if VIX continues to go sideways and down and bank continues to rally, then that's just a big old tailwind behind all these indices, and they can just grind higher. All right, they can just grind higher. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. And on these pullbacks, remember that it all depends on the VIX, right? So they don't have to get all the way down here, right? If we see, that's not VIX, that's the VIX. If for some reason, at some point, we see the VIX start to squeeze into resistance, then wherever it finds resistance and rolls over, that's where the indices are going to bounce. Okay, so let this be your guide. All right, you know what I'm trying to say. Let that be your guide. That too. All right. So there's the NASDAQ. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Remember we were talking about this morning? If bank took off, watch the YM and the Russells. There you go. All right, that played out nice. Okay, here's the YM. All right, all it tanks, man, I can't even talk. All it takes is for bank to almost give permission to the YM and the Russells to take off. And when it does, holy moly. Bank went straight up, here's the YM. All right, right off of our support. Our support's from the 2nd, all right, up here to the 15th, right there, top of the range, back down to the bottom, bam, there we go. So this has targets up here at these 49,574s. All right, now with the YM, there could be extension longs. Absolutely, there could be. We had this little wimpy pullback, right, and there could be extension longs from that high. So we'll have to watch that. More than likely, it'll coincide with the previous high, or it's going to be really close. All right, but that's power bank right there. All right, so there's our support. There's those previous highs. See, it's real close. It's kind of how those play out. So there's the YM, straight up, basically since 9 a.m. Bam. All right. So exciting, right? Exciting to just watch what bank can do to these guys, to the YM and the Russells. That's so cool. All right, that's so cool. So in an uptrend, right, dips are going to get bought. Just keep an eye on bank. Bank makes pullbacks, coincide with, or the bank makes pullbacks, coincide that with the YM and the Russell pullbacks. And once bank lifts off, there's your entries into the YM and the Russells. Okay? So pretty awesome. Moving on to the Russells. I was looking at stocks earlier. Not Reedy. Hold on. There we go. All right, there's the Russells. Rip. All right, right along with bank. Okay, so there's it held that extension long. That extension long has been holding for a while. You guys can't see that over there. Let me do this. There we go. Move it over. All right, from this high on November 23rd, all right, to our highs. All right, right there. There's that pullback. All right, came back down to it again. This was this morning. All right, a little dip into lows and rip right along with bank. Okay, so it broke. It broke its short as well. So we could have extension longs here, right? Remember banks in those extension longs? So we can watch those extension longs on the YM and the Russells. All right, from this high at 6 p.m. on the 4th, to highs. To highs. Okay, to highs. One more time. There we go. All right, so there could be that extension there. And then, of course, we've got our halfway back. All right, so pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. See if we can lift off of that. All right, targets way up here, all-time highs. All right, so pretty cool. So look real quick at our daily. All right, so we've got this larger target that's way up there, up at 27.12. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. Pretty technical right there. All right, so we got targets above us. Plenty of targets above us. All right, just keep an eye on our financials. Remember last time, right, we were talking about this? When bank went from a downtrend to an uptrend, the Russells did this whole number, right? That whole thing. All right, when bank was in a downtrend, and then it changed to an uptrend, and it just ripped the Russells higher. We have the same thing going on right now. So as long as bank holds that uptrend, keep an eye on YM and the Russells. There's a lot of potential there. A lot of potential there. Okay? So there we go. Let's put this back. Look at that, man. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Any questions, VIX Bank indices, before we move on? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay, cool. All right. So moving on to Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is actually going up and holding extension longs. Now, on the larger time frame, we're still in this short setup. Okay, this short is from October 17th to our lows. We haven't broken that 61.8 yet. Okay, but if you look and you zoom in to the smaller time frames, all right, remember this, we had these pullbacks down here. All right, had these pullbacks. They were a little bit sloppy, and then we started holding them, and then we went up and chewing through that target. There's the target right there. We went chewing through that target, so highs to highs, and we are holding in that, but now hit a target with an extension long. Okay, so what we can watch for up here, right, because we're right back at that 61.8 of that larger draw, right? So we've traded, target, same anchor, new high, so we can watch this extension. If this extension breaks, okay, the level we're going to have to watch below us is our halfway back on the year, right, on the new year. So we still have that below us, but if this extension would break, right, then we're going to have to pay attention, because that would be a nice area, right, to, if you're in a short position, to add to a short up here, or even create a new one if you wanted to, right, because we've got targets way down here. All right, but we are going up an extension, so anything above us is going to have to break longs. Okay, so really interesting there on Bitcoin. All right, so let's move to spot. That's not right. Hang on. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. So spot. There. So here we are. Okay. Same deal. See, spot hasn't broken this either. Those are those October 17th lows to lows. All right. Never broke it. Right. But we're coming right back up in there. And we'll be watching these extension longs, right? Have this pullback here, just like on the futures markets. A little bit sloppy, right? Boom, 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 boom. See how spot's just a little bit different? But then we've got these extension longs that traded, went to their target, coming right off their target. Same anchor, new high, right? So we'll watch those, okay? So that's what we're watching on Bitcoin. You can see where we are, right? We're in a short, but we haven't broken any longs yet. Okay, so we have no way to confirm that that short's going to hold until these longs break. All right. Okay. All right. That's not the right one. There's the right one, guys. Okay, so stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see going into this week, going into the new year? What would you guys like to see? I still don't understand your name, Ed. Snyder? I didn't know if that was one of the funny names that you were trying to get me to say. Snyder? I don't know. Any stocks, anybody? That you guys want to see? Anybody? Am I good? You sure? Okay. Okay, no stocks? All right, Tamika, I traded your unusual machines today. Alex wants to see SoFi. Yep. Let's take a look. What is SoFi doing? Zoom out here. Okay, that broke. Just choppy chopperton here. That's all the holiday weeks right there. All right, so here we are. All right, we're in this extension long from January 21st of 2025. All right, to our highs September of 25. There was our pullback, never hit this target. So we just leave the draw right where it is. Pull back again, right? So we're just chopping sideways inside of this larger long setup. Okay, targets are up at 33.14. Zoom in a little bit. All right, so there's that long right there. So really nothing going on here. This is just a range, right? So we need to be very careful in the middle of this thing. Right, we can add at the bottom, but be very careful drawing anything in the middle, right? Because you can see this middle just gets run over, run over, run over, right? So we'll see if we get up to these targets, then we have something to work off of, right? Because we can get up to these targets and then we're either going to go through them and we're going to go into a new extension or we're going to make a pullback and then we can draw same anchor to that new high and wait for that pullback. All right. So that's where that is, just stuck in this range right here. All right. If we come back down here, obviously there's support. All right. There's support right there. All right. All right. Okay, there you go, Alex. Necessity, the property or quality of a thing by virtue, which it is unique or describable as. All right. Well, good. I think you're a thing of quality and virtue, Ed. You know that. Okay. Just check where to put the cover calls. Gotcha. Yeah, if you don't want to sell your shares, you'd want to put them above that resistance. Above you if you can. All right, CSCO, yep. The thisness of a thing. Okay. All right, CSCO, yes. Take a look. Oops, let's zoom out here. I don't know if we've looked at this one in a while. All right. Okay, well, there's your pullback right there, right? A little bit sloppy. There we go. All right, there's that target. We've gone to and through that target, right? This is on the massive time frame. So this high, February of 25. All right, there it traded once, right there. Target, coming off the target. Here's number 2. I'd put it to that one right there. To November 17th. All right, so that's February 10th, November 17th. Right, there's your support down there. So let's zoom in. All right, so there's your support. And again, this is just going sideways up here. Right? I wouldn't, I wouldn't trust any short draws. I wouldn't trust any long draws. It's just, this is support and this is resistance. Right? Just straight range. If you drew a line through the middle, you can see the middle's just getting run over. Right? The middle's just getting run over. So there's a 38.2% line right here of that long. I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a 38.2% line right there. All right, you can see that's being front run as it's getting down here. When's their earnings? Oh, they got 44 days. All right, so that's how I'd look at that right there. Right, there'd be nothing surprising about making this pullback. You got a gap to fill here too. Stocks love to fill gaps. So not the way I'm looking at this is there's just not a whole lot to do right here at this moment. Right? So that's how I would look at that right there. All right. Okay. We're going to see a lot of this because of the holidays, right? We had all that sideways action during the last 2 weeks. Okay. Any other stocks, guys? Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. All right, everybody good? I think got them. Okay. crude oil starting to die again as far as technicality. Remember, we've got this low down here that we dipped into on the massive time frame. We've come out, now we're hitting our head on the short, all right, which is from October 24th down here to our lows. There's our short. We're coming back up to it again, but here's where it gets dumb, toddlerish, right? So we traded the short, we broke the long, right? But then we broke the short. See what I mean by toddlerish? It's just not behaving. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's not trending yet. The one thing I would love to see is if we break this long, or break this short setup right there, maybe we can start trending. All right, maybe we can start trending, because the only real entry to any of this has been after this dip into low right here. All right, and there's really not been, I mean, unless you're just trying to buy the bottom here, there's really no trend to trade into yet. All right, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. All right, now gold and silver. All right, there's a battle over the trend going on both gold and silver here. Okay, so here's gold. Here's the larger long that we're in. Is from October 28th to highs. Right, there's our pullback. Now, how are we going to confirm that support is we've got to get through this short from highs. All right, I'm giving it a little bit more room here. Make sure we break that. All right. So I'm drawing that from our highs on the 26th down to this low. All right, on the 29th, see how we had this pullback, didn't hit our target. We just don't want to misidentify that trend break, because then we'll get steamrolled buying a pullback. Okay, so if we can get through these 44.80s, 44.81, right, then that confirms our support, and it confirms our targets way up there at 47.45. Okay, but it hasn't yet. See the battle over the trend? There's your long, there's your short. All right, so we got to get through that. Once we get through that, we can draw lows to highs and buy that pullback. All right, same thing on silver. All right, it hasn't gotten through its short yet either. Now, silver's in this massive long setup. All right, and that's drawn from our highs on October 16th to highs, right there. All right, and I kind of revisited this morning after the morning session, but this is what we're looking at. From our highs to our lows down here on December 29th, right? It was briefly sloppy by a couple ticks, right? But we never made it to this target. We ran into this long. All right, so we've got to get through that initial draw. Okay, so I'd like to see us get above this previous high, which was 78.08. If we can just poke our head up there, right, then we can draw this lows to highs and jump into that trend on a pullback. Okay, but until then, it's just that's resistance, this is support. We can watch this long from lows, right, to see if it holds. But since we didn't break that short, that puts this long in question, right? So we'll see if we can get through here. You can see we had a reaction right at that 61.8. Just couldn't do it, not yet. Not yet. All right, so there's our precious metals. Now, the dollar's playing a big role here, okay? Because we went into dollar weakness trades. All right, here's DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies put together. But we went into dollar weakness trades, all right? Now, that dollar weakness is giving our indices a boost, okay? So what we're going to have to watch going into the rest of the week is this long setup, and I'll show you the inverse of this on Euro. But this long setup down here from our lows on the 23rd to our highs up here today, there's that pullback, but you can see all that dollar weakness, right? So we had VIX weakness, bullish, bank strength, bullish, dollar weakness, bullish, all bullish for the indices, the big three, right? The big three were all playing nicely together, all right? So we'll see if this keeps falling, right? More dollar weakness. Now, get to the actual currencies, we can see what's actually going on. All right. So here's the dollar yen. We were talking about this very thing this morning. That this long, all right, is drawn from way over here. You guys, I don't know if you can see that. Right there on July 31st, all right, to our highs on November 20th. All right, there's the pullback. right? We haven't hit a target yet. We came back to the top of this range, and we're rolling out of the top of that range. This falling, okay, as of right now, is going to be dollar weakness, right? We don't want to draw this long from lows because it's one, it's already broken, and two, we're back at the top of this range, right? So we could fall all the way back down in here to support. That would be all dollar weakness. That'd be bullish for the indices, bullish for the precious metals. Okay, now look at the euro. The euro traded its long and bounced. All right, didn't get a great entry down here, but it got front run. Right, so this long on the euro from November 5th to our highs, December 24th, that traded and it's ripping away from it. So same thing, if we want to join this trend, which I'd love to join this dollar weakness trend, okay, we're going to have to get through the pullback, and then we can draw lows to highs and jump into this trend, which could take us a lot higher. Now, if you look at our dollar on the much larger time frame, okay, you can see that we've got room up into this resistance. This is a weekly chart, up into this resistance level, right? So if we continue to hold these longs, right, we've got, that's a lot. This is a week, like I said, this is a weekly chart. That's a lot of dollar weakness, right? Even to get into this resistance up here. Okay, so if we keep holding longs, we got a ways to go. All right, we keep holding longs, we got a ways to go. All right, we'll keep an eye on this. I'll watch for a reaction here. If we do get this pullback, I'll watch for a reaction, like a 1 hour bar to close green, something along those lines, and that could lift us off. It's not a blindly trust it, right? We don't want to just blindly trust this because we haven't broken the short yet. But based on what the yen is doing, right, there could be something here. All right. Now moving on to the British pound. Okay, there's its pullback, and look what it did. Okay, just ripped right off its pullback. So there's the pullback from December 17th, right, to our highs on the 23rd. Traded, and ripped. This is all dollar weakness, guys. So something to pay very, very close attention to as we're going into our week, right? If we continue in dollar weakness trades, we are bullish. You can see how much influence it's having, right, over our markets. Now, we will draw this lows to highs, even not that. We will draw these lows to highs, even though it hasn't broken through the top of that range yet. And just keep an eye on it, right? Keep an eye on it. Okay? So again, the one really good thing to see today is we have everybody playing in the sandbox together nicely, right? VIX, bullish for the indices, bank, bullish for the indices, dollar, bullish for the indices. All right. Now we're coming into Monday afternoon, so that's usually where we'll start to get crosswinds a little bit, right, between our leading indicators. So we'll see. We will see. But it should be an exciting week. The week is starting out very, very bullish. Okay, as far as our leading indicators, VIX and short, bank and longs, dollar and longs. All right. So it's starting out very bullish for our indices. Okay? All right. So any questions, guys, or anything Squirrel, what's up? Anything you might have missed or have questions on going into the afternoon? It's like really nice here today, by the way. It's like 43 and sunny, which is nice for this time of year. All right. Anybody? Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right, guys, just be safe this afternoon, right? Be safe this afternoon. If you are going to pick a top, good luck. All right. And then, yeah, we got some decent news events this week too, so we should get things moving. But yeah, have a great afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Miss Paz. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. Thanks, everybody. All right, sounds good. Tyler, you got us? All right, thanks, everybody. Talk to you guys soon.
I got long a few seconds before we tweeted about tariffs. I didn't even time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. And gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got three options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last, but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let him have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Yeah, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. Now, how are you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No, Dad, no!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a 0 DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for Dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over $10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code StockDads.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZella's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code StockDads.
We are back, everyone. Go ahead, Fuzz. Go ahead and take it away.
All right. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's having a good trading session. I know personally my afternoon's doing a bit better than that morning session. I'll give you that much. But all right. What we wanted to do here was do a little bit of a deep dive because we have been on a little bit of a hiatus over the past holidays. So just kind of wanted to do a dive here to see what's going on in the overall broader market, maybe go over some news that we may have missed or any shenanigans, or if anything that you want to take a look at, we can definitely do that as well. So what we got here, we got a 3-level grid here. On your far left is your weekly chart, in the middle is your daily chart, and in the far right is your hourly chart. So giving us a broad look at the multiple time frame analysis. So yeah, during the holiday break, we did get a little bit of a Santa rally. It wasn't anything too crazy, but it was a nice little move, especially right here, as you can see on the 22nd. We did get this bounce off the daily 21 EMA on the SPY, and volume was kind of low, but you know what, the moves were the moves, and up we went. We broke into new all-time highs on the S&Ps, and from there, after Christmas, we just kind of came right down. It was like, hey, great, there's your Santa rally. The market was like, there's your Santa rally, have fun. And we pulled back into the daily 21 here at about 682. And of course, during the weekend, we had the whole Venezuela situation. And I guess that's been enough to send us back up to close to about that 690 mark, and that's kind of the crucial level that I am watching right now. Is about 689, 690, to see if we can break out into new all-time highs. When we look at all these signals, we can see that overall picture here, clearly we're still in a strong uptrend, no doubt about that. We're still making higher highs and higher lows, so trend continues to be your friend, especially if you're on the weekly time frames. Daily time frame is it's still trendy, but it's sloppy trend. It's not like anything impressive where we're just making a high, we're getting a casual dip, and then making another high. This is just kind of sloppy, especially if you take a look at the past few weeks. Really, since the beginning of December, we haven't had much of a change or change of the guard, so to speak. And on the hourly, we can kind of see the same thing. We had this nice little dip here on the hourly where it was getting borderline to where, okay, maybe we are getting a little bit more of a bearish shift. And as you can see, we did have a little bit of a push below the daily 21 EMA. And we're still in this daily squeeze too. So we know that pressure is, or volatility pressure is continuing to mount. And we don't know which way that squeeze is going to fire, but from the looks of it, it does look like it can push us to the upside. So with the hourly flipping, and if we draw like a trend line here, and I'll maximize this sell real quick if it'll let me. Here we go. If we maximize this sell here, you can see on the hourly, make sure I got my right drawing tool. You can pretty much draw a trend line here, and you can see that this downward trend has now broken back to the upside. So to me, that tells me, okay, maybe we are shifting back into full alignment to the upside. So I wouldn't be opposed on taking some swing longs here, but I do want to look at a few other things before fully committing into doing that. But we do got multiple time frame squeezes here. We got a 2-day squeeze, a 3-day squeeze, a 4-day squeeze, and even a low compression weekly squeeze where those Bollinger Bands have tightened up inside the counter channel. So from the looks of it right now, we're still holding. I think bears had a good shot to push this lower to about 675, and I think they've probably missed their opportunity here, especially for the time being. But we are at a little bit of a resistance level at about 690. So now that we've gotten a few weeks of compression, I mean, you could argue maybe we've had, really since the start of December, we've just been stuck in this tight range. You see these candles gotten really, really small in comparison. So maybe we're finally getting the opportunity to where we can finally expand out, and we'll look at a few areas to see if maybe we can find some warning signals or anything that screams at us that like, hey, no, we shouldn't do that. Now, as far as the cues go, it's still pretty much the same thing here. We got our weekly time frame is considerably bullish, higher highs, higher lows, etc. You got all the ideas here that we can push over, but the cues aren't as in a clean spot as the S&Ps, whereas, the SPY, we were near all-time highs, and the Qs, as you can see, we've really struggled to go higher, failure to go higher. We've just been kind of bouncing around the 21 EMA. We've had a few pushes up, but we continue to really fail to make progress around really the 628, 630 zone. And Santa gave us a little bit of a move, but just not as spectacular as the S&Ps. But as you can see, we're still in this daily low compression squeeze. We're just not making that much progress, which is kind of interesting because, Google has been pretty well. What else outside of like your big hitters in tech? If we look at the XLK, still kind of the same picture there. Amazon, I got punched in the face on Amazon. I kind of talked about that this morning, and it's setting back up. So maybe I can get another shot here at Amazon if we can hold above 233. I wouldn't mind that. But, Apple's been struggling for the most part. As you can see, you almost have a little bit of this head and shoulder. Here's your left shoulder here. Here's your head. Here's your right shoulder. And here's your neckline. Now, this, of course, is speculative, but if we start to break down below 265 on Apple, perhaps we can get a move down to about 250. That would be pretty ugly for the XLK because your main holdings within the XLK is Apple and Microsoft. And Microsoft looks just as bad as Apple does here. We got a little bit of a double top here on the weekly. We failed to make any sort of progress, and maybe we're even bear flagging here on the weekly. You can look at this weekly compression here, this weekly squeeze. Low compression is starting to expand outward on your oscillator here. We've shifted to the downside, and we also have a little bit of an issue where momentum is starting to pick up. So Microsoft looking a little suspicious here. Even on the daily, you can see that we've lost the 21 EMA, which is this gold line. Now, if the bulls want to try to sink their teeth in and trap some bears, you're going to want to see Microsoft get above 490 and a half. And, it's just one of those things. So again, Apple and Microsoft, those are your key holdings within the XLK. Not to mention semiconductors. NVIDIA has kind of stalled out. Nothing too crazy here either. Weekly still looks decent. You're holding trend, but you're not really moving anywhere. Unlike, a name like TSM, I think there's other semiconductors that have been way stronger than NVIDIA as of lately. I mean, look at TSM, just absolutely rocking and rolling in clear all-time highs, blue skies above, nothing too crazy to worry about. again, momentum continues to be your friend. You had a nice daily squeeze here where that volatility compressed and now you're expanding outward. And yeah, it's just all, clear blue skies. And like I said, when you look at the semiconductors, you would think that the XLK would be doing well, but it's not, because you have higher weightings elsewhere outside of semiconductors. But semiconductors are doing really strong here, breaking out into fresh all-time highs. Like I said, your key winners there are TSM. MU has been a pretty good player here, and as an interesting one, SanDisk, memory chips. For I know SanDisk. The little memory chips that you put in your camera when you take, if you got a fancy camera, you need those memory cards for your camera. So SanDisk trying to break out into lifetime highs there. So there's still a lot of interesting stuff out there, but tech, like I said, the Qs, despite the Santa Claus rally, there's just not improving as one would really think. Moving on to the Dow, however, a little bit of a change of guard here. The Qs aren't doing their legwork, but the Dow has not skipped leg day. We can still see here on the weekly chart that moving into all-time highs. Weekly chart, max bull. Daily chart, very bullish, breaking out into new lifetime highs. Low compression squeeze firing to the upside. The hourly, even more impressive than the S&P and the NASDAQ. So you do get a little bit more sense of, okay, we're rotating out of some of these Mag 7 names, such as Apple and Microsoft. Even though those are also part of the Dow, you're starting to rotate into more of the financial and healthcare names. And as we've seen lately, you got JP Morgan breaking out into new all-time highs. Morgan Stanley's breaking out into new all-time highs. Capital One, some industrial names are looking pretty solid as well. So the Dow, you had a nice little sluggish holiday compression. Now you're breaking out into all-time highs. And you can confirm this just by looking at some of those key sectors. Financials, there you go, your daily chart in the middle. You broke out, you came back and retested the daily 21 as well as that 5450 mark, and you are launching into outer space now. So pretty cool stuff here on financials. Like I said, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, all these guys. Pick your favorite. PNC, that's a good one. All these guys are making strides, and these are not tech names. These are all financial names. So there's opportunities out there. You just kind of have to search for them, and even healthcare is hanging in there. It's not as lovely. You got a little bit of a double top here on the weekly, but it has made progress over the past few weeks. And if we can hold 150, that would be a nice little touch if things continue to pull back. But as far as it stands, not too bad. A decent sector to kind of observe. Industrials, again, more of these Dow component names where we see stronger breakouts occurring that is outside of tech. So industrials are looking pretty decent. Let's see, we got names like GE, which has been impressive. Even last year, GE was pretty solid. When we look at who's another one, RTX, the whole Venezuela situation moving on up. This was a hot name last year as well. Russia, Ukraine, etc. Boeing is part of the XLI. Not as spectacular, but just as well. part of the industrial sector. Uber's definitely a laggard here within the XLI, so I probably wouldn't touch it too much. Caterpillar's looking pretty solid. Again, this is all part of the XLI. This is all part of the Dow components. So we can easily see that, hey, there are things out there moving that isn't, your typical names like Apple. I believe a lot of people are jumping on the Reddit bandwagon here. We can see here on the daily, you got a nice mid-level compression squeeze. Not too much to complain about here as far as Reddit. One of the names that I'm personally looking at is ALAB, although it is having a sharp pullback, so I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer. I'm going to have to, decide if I do want to get back into Amazon and try again. We'll see. I'm kind of angry about that one, but, it is what it is. Trading will have that. You got to expect losses at some point. As far as, when it came to, where's my economic calendar? As far as economic data that, you may have missed, not much really occurred. We had our preliminary GDP, which came in hot at 4.3% versus 3.3%. That is a huge change. Consumer confidence still seems to be pretty solid around that 90 mark. Durable goods, that was okay. Last week, we didn't have too much. We did have our FOMC meeting minutes. It didn't give us much. Nothing that we already knew. So that was fun. And then this week, we had our ISM manufacturing PMI today earlier. But yeah, FOMC minutes, we didn't get a whole bunch of news. They're still doing. They explained, why they wanted to do some rate cuts because, jobs are hurting, but inflation's still kind of manageable right now, but they are still definitely mainly focused on the jobs, and they're going to take things day in and day out as the data becomes available. So they didn't elaborate. The minutes didn't really give us much. It was a nothing burger. So just kind of be aware of that next time. But yeah, as it sits, the market, we're kind of in this interesting neutral zone where you have some time frames that are in a little bit of a disagreement, although the SPY has made some progress today. We'll see if that can hold up. I'm curious to see how we close. So around 3:30, I'll probably take another peek here to see how well things are managing, because if this looks to be holding, then that could give us the opportunity to take some swing longs on the S&Ps. Same thing for the Qs. I know I didn't touch base too much on small caps. Small caps are kind of in the same boat with the SPY and QQQ, just kind of pulled back to the daily 21. You do got a little bit of a breakout here, so small caps could be an interesting play, although I think the main play and the main watch is the NASDAQ. You are getting a little bit of a pullback here intraday as the VIX is getting a little bit of a push towards 15. The NASDAQ finally giving the move that I was looking for earlier, and the S&Ps. This was the move that I was pretty much trying to play earlier, where we had this pullback into this area, and we started to get the shift, but they held trend and pushed back up. So that's what happened here, except this time you've gotten that move back here, and now we're getting that nice little flush. So if you played the downside again on this spot, you had a nice little you're getting a nice little move, and it looks like the NASDAQ is going to possibly come all the way back in to this value area low down here at about 25,550. So you got some interesting intraday afternoon moves. So that's nice. Let me clear all this back out, and we'll go back to the main board here, because I do want to talk about the VIX a little bit. The VIX, the volatility, fear, and greed. It's spooky. Everybody's scared of it. Now, when it comes to the VIX, I'm always a little bit skeptical about how things are right now because we do have such a low VIX right now. You know, we're sitting at around 14, kind of bouncing around 15, give or take. Now, 14 is pretty low. I guess in the scheme of things, we could probably look at a possible move lower, some wiggle room towards about 12, 1150, which I guess doesn't give you a whole lot. But what I think about on the VIX, I'm going to have to draw it on this. Let me pull this up. Whoops. Let me go to a blank spot here on the chart. When I think about the VIX, think of it as like an air pump, you know. Right now, the VIX is, say the air pump is like right here, you know, when you push down on the air pump, it's down here. We need that to come back to the upside. So introduce a little bit more volatility so that you can push it back down, and that will relieve some pressure for the indices, and that way the indices can move higher. So think of it as like an air pump. Right now, the air pump is kind of already compressed down. It needs to come back up so we can shove it back down again, and the markets can go higher. So that's kind of like my view of things as far as the volatility index goes. Just a little bit. I wouldn't say it's a major red flag as of right now, but I would be keeping an eye on it. And of course, if you're trading intraday, you know, the VIX is something that you absolutely need to have up on the board. So again, the VIX, a little interesting at these lows. I would just pay attention to it because you could get these nice little spikes up. And when you got these possible divergences within the indexes where the SPY is sitting at all-time highs, the Qs kind of struggling a little bit. It's definitely, it's not broad-based. It's more of a stock pickers market. That's why, you know, we want to try to find some of these sectors that are winning right now, and which names out of those sectors are outperforming. You know, like I said, we've kind of already looked at financials, which are outperforming JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, all those guys. I tried Burt B last week. Didn't really work out. JP Morgan should probably be on my main focus there, which both of those have generally been pretty good to me. Burt B was a nice winner for me last year. So we'll see if we can do the same again this year. But financials in general look pretty good. But you got this interesting dynamic, like I said, in the market, where it's more of a stock pickers market rather than broad based. I wouldn't argue that it's right now. I wouldn't argue that it's a buy the dip everything market in general, just because of the Qs. Really, the Qs lack of leadership, and you can see that in Apple and Microsoft. In some way, you can argue NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is, you know, the biggest stock out there as far as market cap goes, and it's just not doing much of anything right now. You got other players that are taking the lead, such as TSM and MU. Qualcomm's kind of quiet. IBM is not too bad. AMD is also relatively quiet, although not too bad. But NVIDIA is just kind of taking a little bit of a chill pill right now as others make a move. Now, if NVIDIA starts to wake up and starts to push higher, then I do expect the NASDAQ to make a decent push into all-time highs. But as it sits, we're just kind of hanging out for the most part. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Amazon, like I said, I tried to take this breakout of 233 on Friday, and when that happened, I got absolutely killed. I got in too early, and then it just got whacked. So now we're back up here. I'm curious to see if we can finally push and stay above. So this is something I am going to monitor and watch. You still got a weekly squeeze, a daily squeeze. Just looking for a little bit more alignment or shift change. See if this hourly can hold above 233. We'll see how the day closes, but I probably won't get into any swings today. I might take an approach tomorrow. Energy. Didn't want to forget energy because of the whole Venezuela situation. Energy is finally getting a nice little breakout. Here on the weekly chart, we can see you got this nice little trend here, depending on how you want to draw it. Nice little breakout. The daily has shifted more bullish or starting to break out of 46. The hourly, you got this nice little move. So you got names like ExxonMobil, which we took profit on. That was a swing that we even got in before the Christmas holiday. And I think we even took that live. I can't remember what day that was. What day was that? I can pull it up on this. What did we get in on that? History. Yeah, December 5th. We got in on that at December 5th. We took and then we just closed it all out. So Zom's been pretty good to us. Let's see. PSX is another one that I want to keep my eye on. Yeah, like again, Zom breaking out into new lifetime highs. 126 is going to be the level there. It could be another good one to try, not lifetime highs, but 52-week highs, close to it. We'll see if we can get a new opportunity to get into that. Gold has probably been the retail favorite for sure. Gold has been fun to trade on futures. Silver has been on a generational run as well. So gold continues to look pretty solid. You had a sharp pullback last week before the new year. You held the daily 21. You're starting to get that shift to realign back here on the hourly. So I do like the upside potential again on gold. I think that could be something worth considering to try to get more nibble on, see if we can't get a push towards 420. Silver, like I said, generational run over these past few weeks. If you're playing futures, silver is a wild one. Even the minis, so the micros, whatever. They can make or break you really, really quick. So be careful if you're playing silver on your futures accounts. You know, if you're not familiar with the way it moves, don't just jump in, get like a paper account or something like that, and get familiar with the way it moves, because it is wacky. And I've seen some crazy P&Ls, losses, gains. I've seen them all. You can definitely get clapped on silver. So silver continues to look pretty solid here. You had a little bit of a pullback to the daily 21. Didn't quite tap it, but you've pushed back to the upside where it's now more in bullish alignment on the smaller time frame. So silver again looks pretty good. Copper names. Copper looks good. You know, SCCO, Southern Copper Company, is blasting off. There you go. Anything metals has been incredible. XLME is your ETF there. Yeah, I mean, what's there to complain about? You know, what are we talking about? Metals is something that needs to be on your radar. You need to be checking these things. Gold, silver, platinum, copper. What's the other one? Palladium, whatever. Other than that, yeah, metals look great. Financials look great. Industrials. Over these past few weeks, it's been an interesting one, and you know, I think some of these metal players have been absolute breadwinners these past past few weeks. So if you wanted a Santa rally, it was definitely in gold and silver. Let's see, anything else I want to go over before we close it up here as we get into the 1:30 mark. Let's see, I don't think I do. I think that really touched base everything that I wanted to discuss. Oh yeah, hide. I think that's it. All right. Yeah, I think that's all that I had in my notes. Yeah, I think that was it. So just mind your P's and Q's. Let's see how the day closes. Like I said, the new year just started, so there's really no sense in being any kind of rush. I feel like I rushed it on that Amazon play last week, so that's on me. But other than that, I think things are setting back up. Gold looks great. Financials are good. Like I said, just kind of reiterating here. So there's definitely plenty of things out there. You just got to go look for them. And part of my approach is start at the top and work your way down. Start with the indices, whether you're looking at futures or the ETFs or the cash settled indexes like SPX, NDX, all that. Start from there, work your way down into your sectors. And then from your sectors, you can then start to look at individual names. And that is how you can build a very solid watch list. And that is how you can be more prepared for not just the weeks ahead, but just in general where things are sitting, where you might see some potential red flags. Like for me, the red flag that's like half mass, where it's like, hey, is probably VIX because it is so low. But that's how you want to build a structured analysis to the market and how to approach things in a more organized fashion. So hope you learned something, and we'll always be at it. Sorry, guys.
Thanks, Fuzz. I appreciate it, man. Chat, thank you guys for hanging out and trading with us today. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. I think we have Zach on to trade live. I think we have Duke in the afternoon for Ticker Tinder, and Aaron will be on doing his morning thing as always, as well as the nooner. So everybody have a good evening, and we will see you guys all tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.